Hey chat, I'm definitely not slow on my shit today. Fuck. 1 second. 1, 2, 3. Fuck. I forgot I muted the tab. Hey chat! Woo! I love Mario Sunshine music, man. It's so good. I don't know why I'm wearing my fucking blanket. It's so fucking hot outside and inside because I'm here. Sorry. Yeah. Why are you so slow on their shit? I don't know. I don't care. Start the game. Fine. 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 Maybe I should let you guys see as well. Sorry, I'm like dying. Where's Danganronpa? There it is. Bam. There you go. Now you can see as well. You're welcome. Anyways, yes, hello chat, yada yada. I'm late today. Sorry, teehee. Yeah, we're doing chapter 3 trial tonight. Because that's where we are. Smile. Anything else? Sorry, I'm just looking at my shit right now to make sure everything's running as it should. Let me take off my socks, because I hate wearing socks when it's hot. This is the worst thing, chat, with having a dog. I don't wear socks, and I have to walk my dog, and I put on socks, and then I'll take socks off, so I basically just wasted a pair of socks. Because I was forced to go outside. Life's pain and suffering. Anyways, is Reflex here yet? Can I talk about can I say the how I thought this trial goes, or how the murder happened? Bum 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 bum. Let me see. Bam. Yes. All right. Because we are going straight into this trial. Huge. In an attempt to resurrect the dead, Angie is killed during a seance to search for answers. Tenko is killed. Huge. Are the two related? The third trial begins. Yippee! Awesome. Jesus Christ, I'm getting added in so many fucking servers. I hate it. Jesus. Okay. Let me look through the truth bullets we got, chat. Basically, what I think happened this trial, or this chapter, whatever, this murder, I do think, unfortunately, that our bro Kaido is going to perish. If not for one of the murders, I think both of them, but it could very well just be one of the murders. I generally don't know. I'm trying to think who it could be, and I'm only really landing on one person, but at the same time, I'm like, it doesn't really feel like it, but yeah. Either way, I think Kaido did it, unfortunately. Because the whole motive shit was that, like, oh, we're gonna resurrect the dead, and we're gonna fucking summon our past classmates. And what does Kaido dislike? He dislikes the occult. So the motive definitely triggers something inside of him, I guess. So he goes to stop Angie. Realistically, after we tried to stop them, and since he was not with us, maybe she's more willing to trust him, you know? And then the day after, he comes with to quote-unquote seem reliable, seem cool with us. And then we go inside. Oh, whoopsie! Angie was killed. How did he get out and lock both doors? The fucking... where is it? The katana being stuck inside. I'm not sure if it's gonna show in one of this, but the katana. Yeah, you can see it here, I guess. Katana being stuck inside of Kaede. They're all hung up, so he's stabbed it into Kaede. Realistically, after hanging up all of them, spun her, went out of the door, and then when she spins down, the sword goes onto the lock. I guess we don't have an image of that for some reason. I like how we have more things on Tenko's death. Even though the important thing is Angie's death. But okay, cool. Yeah. The lock had... Why is there no like close up on that? It had like gold flakes on it, which it was also on the gold leaf katana. So I feel like Kaede spinning, sword closes door, bam, easy, he's out. We go there next morning. Kyo is like, oh, we're gonna do the seance and talk to the dead, and we're gonna ask Angie what happened. And Kaido is like, ah, fuck, I don't like this, and that's why he entrusts us, and be like, yeah, you guys do this. I believe in you. And then, whilst we're investigating and shit, he's plotting on killing someone during the seance. And then turns out it was Tenko. And how did he know what to do? Well, just like Kokichi, he fell down the floorboards and realized, the floorboards go out here. And then, lucky him, the murder happened there and he could murder without being seen even better just because it was fucking dark inside the room. The only other, like, thing that could be argued could be that fucking Himiko did it. Maybe because she was close to the this hole in the corner. She was the closest to it. So maybe she had the sickle under, because I think either she just went down there because, you know, she's small, tiny body, able to go down there, or she reached for the sickle without anyone realizing, went to grab the oh my god, wait, it's the crash? Someone falling through the floors in the other room? Maybe. So I was still wondering what the I don't know if we had this. Yeah, there was a loud sound while it was completely dark. I still don't really know what this was, but this could be like, say someone's in the other room, and they fell through the floorboards and they just acted upon it, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? I guess realistically, though, now that I think about it, the only one who would really be able to do this would maybe be Kibo, because he saw everything in the room and knew where shit was gonna be placed. I didn't think about that before. So I was like, how would the murderer either way know where it was? Sure, it is in the middle of the room, but only us in the room would know that, right? Technically. But I don't know. Anyways, for the first murder, I feel like, unfortunately, it is Kaido. And the reason he killed Tenko was just because he didn't want to get outed because Angie was gonna get called, and he believes in that shit. But like, it also feels like would we introduce this whole concept of like, if it was someone else, well, then that murder just doesn't make sense. Or like, it just doesn't matter, quote unquote. Because I feel like they would have done something more with this being like introduced. Or maybe it's just a lazy cop-out because it doesn't matter because it's the same murderer anyways. But I don't know. I feel like storytelling-wise, it would be cooler if we figure out who the murderer is for Tenko. It isn't the same person as Angie. The person who killed Angie gets punished, but then the person who killed Tenko just gets to live with that until they either get murdered themselves or something. I don't know. It's weird to me, but I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyways, like always, most hard difficulty because my chat made me do that at the beginning of the game. So I'm sticking to it, and yeah, that's what I think of the trial. Just like thoughts before going in. I feel like almost as confident in this trial as I was in the previous trial. Like, the only things I'm not confident in is if it actually is Kairo who killed Tenko, but it feels very likely. But metagaming-wise, it feels like it won't be Kairo. But I don't know, dude. I also don't really get, like, so little was investigated for Angie, and so much was investigated for Tenko. It just feels very weird. Like, I don't know, but yeah. Toast is still yapping. Yeah, I mean, both. I was just late in general. But yeah, I just went through my thoughts of the trial and what I think will happen. Or what I think happened in the murder. How the murder happened. Yeah. Let's see if I'm right or not. I'm gonna turn on my microwave chat.
Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial.
Listen up, chat. It's not like we've heard this 58 times already.
During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it.
Who done it? Wow.
Vote correctly.
Ah, Jesus, a double up.
Only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy.
Marcoma should have given an investigation extension. Well, that's the thing. Like, we don't know if we did get that or not, right? Because, like, the investigation was... it just feels like there was an investigation extension. Like, logically, time-wise. Because, like, no way we had time to set up the seance and actually perform it and all of that. All the bullshit talk with Monokuma and the Cubs. And there was an extension for Tenko. But then it's also like, since he did literally say, hey, only figuring out the blackened for Angie is relevant here. If it's a different person who killed Tenko, well, lucky you, you get to live. But it's also like, yeah, too bad for you, you're not the blackened. So you can't escape if you got away with it, you know? So at the same time, it feels like there wasn't an extension. But, I don't know, it's not really relevant, but it just feels like, it feels so weird. This whole thing. Like, this trial feels so simple because there's such few parts in it. Like, even with the murder of Tenko, I just feel like there's so few parts in this entire mystery. I don't know.
Also,
it feels a bit weird.
Refusing to vote will result in your death. So you better vote for someone. Now, smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this crazy awesome trial underway!
You know what would have been fucked up? Hard to do, but also cool. If, say there is two different people. One who killed Angie, one who killed Tenko. Imagine if your vote gets cast and it's like, instead of it being like, because I feel like I like the idea of if there is two different murderers, only one of them get murdered. Like, imagine if they made it so that, like, you very obviously figure out who both of them are. And there's, like, no doubt about it, it is those two people. Now, it's your decision to decide on who you would want killed. And obviously, because you're the person playing, the person who you kill is... The person you vote for is the one who actually gets killed. And the other just gets to live for the rest of the game. That would be maybe a little annoying, because they would need to write two different... Like, they could just bullshit it and make them not a relevant character anymore. And just give them random-ass fucking filler voice lines. But, like, I like that idea that, like... You are the result of who gets to live and die in this trial. But, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's gotta be Kaido right now.
Sorry, everyone.
Unfortunately.
I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time. Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, Spaceman!
Spaceman!
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Who did it?
I was like, oh, did Cookie just say this? Why was his voice so light?
Who killed Angie and Tenko?
Also, I just realized, I thought about it a little bit last time, that like, oh, it's kind of cute how Hibiko actually showed like caring for Tenko. But like, I didn't really, I didn't think about how like, she just lost her two besties. That's fucked up.
Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be two killers.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. It feels like there will be two killers, but like, realistically, I just feel like it makes the most sense for it to be Kaido.
So,
For both of them.
our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Why are you talking like this?
Hmm? What do you mean?
The transfer student.
No, shut the fuck up, Tsumugi. I thought she was gonna pull some bullshit that like, oh, Tenko still killed Angie. But I guess she did let go of that.
Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
Oh, wait, right. This is something we have to figure out anyways. But we do know that it's bullshit.
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
Because the Necronomicon said something like, oh, you have to burn the effigies or whatever in order to summon them, I think.
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
So true, Maki. Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clear things up here. Non-stop debate. I'm assuming the Necronomicon, yeah.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
I love zombies.
So, ritual did work?
No.
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
I'm assuming I'm shooting that one, by the way.
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back. Yes. Rantaro was resurrected. The culprit is the late Rantaro Amami!
Jesus
Please,
Christ.
Stop it!
Shuichi, say something. This isn't about believing in reviving the dead. I have to focus on their statements. Were all those statements correct? No,
This crime was
technically not,
committed by
I
the
guess.
recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
I love zombies.
Oh! So, ritual did work?
Well, fuck off.
That's wrong!
That's wrong!
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded. According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
Oh, the Necronomicon. Sorry, not the effigies, I guess. After preparing the effigy, burn the Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
And you know, the effigies be fucking real.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, going to think Rantaro probably not culprit.
I have a book in my bookshelf that has the title Necronomicon. Coincidence? I think not. Holy shit.
Oh, I guess you're right.
You can now resurrect someone. You know how to.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second. I can't let that comment stand.
Damn, Monokuma. Monokuma said, shut the fuck up. My shit is
Sure,
real.
Everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life. But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
Yes, of course.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
But it's true. I never lie about motives.
Huge.
Daddy said so he can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive. You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
But I wonder what did he really want this motive to do? Unless he just knew that Kaido would be pushed to kill. Like, sometimes it feels like these motives are like forced to kill one specific person. I don't know.
Monodum is still alive, though.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
Bro is not taking this lightly. I guess we know who's gonna fucking die now from the Monocops.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
There's no way it's possible.
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us.
No, I don't think so. I genuinely believe it. I would not be surprised if we actually went through this. Also, holy shit, Angie's an angel. I was just thinking about how, like, oh, it's so sad how we don't have any cute death portraits in this game, like in the first game, or sorry, in the second game. And we get to see Angie Angel. That's funny. That's cute.
Let's hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit, then blame falls to one of us.
Who? Who did it?
No, Himiko, it's who done it. Okay? Clear difference.
Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this. I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
What? What do you mean? He tried to figure it out by summoning her again. Would he do that just to fucking have her say, oh yeah, it was you, dipshit?
Why?
What do you mean?
Don't play dumb with me, Creepshow. I already know what happened.
Oh, she's just saying this because of the fucking katana. Oh my Jesus Christ. You're so fucking stupid. Holy shit, I hope you die next.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie. Booyah! I'm a fucking genius!
Of course you are. Anyways, yeah, he did not break in, right?
The culprit used a katana to kill
I think
Angie.
that's safe to say.
And it was found in Kyo's research lab.
Let me read this one. Kokichi can lock and unlock the front door of the Ultimate Artist Lab with his lockpicking skills. The door has a sliding lock. When Angie's body was found, the sliding lock was locked from the inside. The handle is slightly of the sliding lock moves at the slightest touch. Something gold was shiny and was on the handle. This door has a cylindrical lock. Monodam swallowed the only key, so it can only be locked and unlocked from inside the lab. Before Angie's body was found, the door was locked. But Kokichi opened it by picking the lock. I feel like none of this.
Which
but
makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could.
What was her account? Angie had locked herself in the Ultimate Artist Lab since yesterday, working on the ritual. She would not unlock the door unless someone from the student council asked her to. The student council members are like, yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon.
I just feel like
You
this,
were the
no?
only one who cared about that thing,
This
Kyo.
or the fact that Kokichi
I did not
lockpicked it.
care about
But
some
I don't know.
katana.
Just
Also,
admit
that
it, you
also feels
shit-eating
like a
worm.
lie, but none of these. Because the katana is old, the handle skull leaf rubs off if it is blah blah blah. Take from the anthropologist lab, so only the sheath was left in the display case. Anyone could have entered the lab.
You went to the classroom, broke in,
And then it fucking does that shit.
and murdered the fuck out of Angie.
Yeah, I'm a fucking genius.
But
Anyone could have taken that katana, you see. So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo. I did not care about some katana. Just admit it, you shit-eating worm.
Well, I guess to be fair,
Classroom, broke
he
in.
did care more about the fucking the book. It's not that. Whether Kyo had the key or not, Angie still wouldn't let her into her lab. And from there, he could have pinned her down and murdered just like that. I just feel like it's one of
Used a
these.
katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in,
Is it?
and murdered the fuck out of Angie.
I don't. What? Let me try the other doors. See if that works. I'm assuming it's not going to, but yeah. Anyways, hello, Reflex.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see. So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo. I did not care about some katana. Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, murdered the
Oh,
fuck out of
fuck off. But it's also like, didn't he care about it?
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
But I don't know.
And it was found in Kyo's research.
Let me try it.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see. So that rusty katana was the murder weapon.
Because that's just a literal.
Kyo.
I mean, both of them are technically. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Oh no!
Let me try the other
Used
doors.
a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, suspicious.
But
Anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
I am running out of time, chat.
You were the only one who cared about that thing.
Kyo.
I did not care
about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in,
But I'm gonna fucking murder someone.
murdered the
Oh my
fuck out of
fucking god.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, suspicious.
But
Anyone could have taken that katana, you see. So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing.
Kyo.
I did not care.
about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in,
Okay. Why does she contradict herself in this statement and literally what she says before? She says he had to break in, but here she seems to be like, yeah, she would have just let him in.
I was wrong.
What?
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab, which makes you, Kyo, suspicious. But anyone could have taken that katana, you see. So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
No?
I did not care about some
Katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to
The classroom broke in.
Oh my god.
That's wrong.
What?
No, Kyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab.
Okay, yeah, I'm not. That one's just fucking bullshit, dude. What do you mean?
Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
Yeah, so if he now breaks in, what does that have? Oh my god, fuck this fucking game.
Kyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
Why is the text so far to the left now?
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council.
Has it always been that far to the left? I swear it's not.
I was doing a bit to
Yeah, I
lead
was
you
thinking.
to the right answer.
Be nice to
believe
your
you actually
sister.
got it.
No, I don't care about my sister, dude. Also, we're not calling her my sister. I'm saying the game is fucking retarded because the game is fucking stupid because Mew is fucking stupid. Like the game was like, oh, he had to have he broke in to the room. And then she's like, when I said wrong, I don't care if he had a key or not. He would have just been able to be let in by Angie. No, that's not literally what you said before in the statement I had to shoot. Oh my god, this game sucks.
Oh, how clever.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie. I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
I mean, low-key, I do.
Yeah, of course.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
And it's also like the reason why I don't feel like Himiko would murder what's her name? Tenko. Because like if she now actually did like her, sure, maybe she just played that for the camera, you know? But who knows?
Obviously, let's believe in them.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Tsumugi, and Kibo.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
You mean one of those 2 people? Because a robot ain't people, Jack.
Okay, dude.
I will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
Whatevs. The culprit should confess already. Gonta, Keyboy, or Tsumugi? Well...
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
Hey, stick up for me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Fair enough.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
And I'm not the culprit
Oh
either.
god.
Jeez.
Time for triple non-stop debate.
I'm not the
We're
culprit.
not the culprit.
Mass panic debate.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must
Shit.
be suspects
Gentlemen,
outside the
not
student
betray
council.
student council.
That's utterly impossible.
For last night.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Why?
Only student
Better
council
than being
members
out
had
too late
access.
at night.
Look, I don't know who the
Ask
I didn't know
my friends
robots
if
told
Kyo
such boring
doubt
lies.
God, there's so many things to shoot right now.
Homophobic remark.
What did I do with this? Oh, right, I silenced it. There were several suspicious statements, but one is obviously inconsistent. If I listen carefully, sort the statements in my head, and find the answer. I should focus on one. I feel like it could be Gonta's.
Surely there must be
Because they talked about where he was.
Student council.
And do you have
utterly
an alibi
impossible.
for last night?
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that
Bug
door.
friends.
Why?
Only
Much
student
better
council
than being
members
out
had
too late
access.
at night.
Look, I don't know who the
Ask
I
my
didn't know
friends if
robots
Kyo
told such
doubt
boring
Gonta.
lies.
But it's definitely not
I
me.
can't.
Is that a robophobic remark?
None of those were targetable, so I don't know if that's it.
We must
Gonta
consider
is a
other
gentleman.
possibilities.
What were you talking
Surely
about?
there must be suspects
Gentlemen,
outside the
not
student
betray
council.
student council.
And do you
utterly
have an
impossible.
alibi for last night?
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Friends.
Why?
Only
It's not
student
that
council
bad.
Being
members
out
had
too late
access.
at night.
Look, I don't know who the
Ask
I
culprit
didn't know
is.
robots
Kyo
told such
doubt
boring
Gonta.
lies.
But it's definitely not me.
Is that a robophobic remark?
I feel like there wasn't even one in hers, right? I think. Yeah, there is too much going on.
We must consider other
gentlemen.
possibilities. Surely there must be suspects
Gentlemen,
outside the
not
student
betray
council.
student council.
That's
And do you
utterly
have an alibi
impossible.
for last night?
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Friends.
Why?
Only
Much
student
better
council
than being
members
out
had
too late
access.
at night.
I heard it.
I'm so good! Oh, I'm so good.
No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi? Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have.
Dun dun dun.
Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Kokichi pulled out some thin nails and stuck them into the keyhole of the lock. Click, click, click. Click. There, help assist me.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember. Yeah, I did it. I killed Angie.
Well, pack it up, boys. We won today, chat. We won today. Kokichi's fucking dead, dude. Except not.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie. The culprit was me, all along.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins.
Damn.
And it helped. I feel so much better. Whew!
Wait, so Kokichi really is culprit?
No, Gonta. Kokichi no really is culprit.
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
Why have we not installed a lie detector into Kibo already, by the way? Why don't we turn the robot into a lying detector, dude?
No, definitely not a lie. I killed Angie. Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Then let me ask you, culprit. How did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
Wait, I haven't actually ever thought about that, but actually does make sense that, yeah, you can't lock a door through picking methods. Huh. Wait, does it? Why wouldn't you be able to actually? Because realistically, you just do the same shit, except now you turn the key, the quote-unquote key, to the other side, right? Like, sure, yeah, I know, yada yada, it doesn't really matter because it's not him who did it now. Yeah.
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room. They used a different method.
Yeah. Stabbing Kairi, sword spinny spinny, and the lock.
What different method? Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
Okay, I'll use my big boy voice.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was...
The back door. The back doors. Back rooms.
That's it! The back door. That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
The culprit used a certain tool.
The katana. Oh boy, how the fuck did I play this again? Where's the katana? That's not it. That's it.
I see it.
Stop hitting random things. How will I know what the items are behind if I can't see them?
That was stabbed into Kaede's
Don't I literally have to do that to find them? I'm not gonna remember the colors, by the way, so I'm not gonna remember what the last color is, you know?
The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
Actually, I don't think that mattered, did it? It's just the next ones that get turned, right? I don't know.
So the gold leaf was on the sliding lock because...
I still don't really understand that it's 3 colors. Yeah, I know, but I'm not gonna remember the sequence.
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold leaf on that katana did peel rather easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school bell.
What the fuck are you talking about, Monokuma?
Huh? Are you talking about a different school? What school was it?
Now,
Hope's
that
Peak
doesn't matter
Academy.
anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
I guess I guess he's just referencing Dangan 1, I guess.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right? But wait, how did they move it with the katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all. The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigies hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
Misleading us, and also having it seem normal that it was done like that. Different purpose. What could that have been? The culprit somehow used the setup to lock the room. In that case, we need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. If we do that, the way the culprit locked the room should be clear. Oh, Psyche, I thought it was Hangman time. The fuck is that? Oh, that's another car. Who turned the handle of the sliding lock? Kaide, technically, I guess. Thinking time. I think it's Kaide. Well, the katana's hilt then, I guess. Next question. Where's the funny billboards in the back? Look at my drifts, chat. Is this the Mario Kart they've been talking about? What was done to make the katana turn the lock? Spin! Spin the effigy! Spin Kaide! Yeah, this I guess. Good. I love driving my car, chat. Oh, here's people in the background. What's this? What image was that? Oh shit. Who gave you a license? Swedish government. I thought that car was way further away. How was the effigy manipulated to make the katana affect the lock? Spin! Spin to win! Thinking time, more like spinning time. Huge. I like that there was 3 different options now. That makes it a little more fun.
That's it. The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist. Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
I'm so good, chat. Call me a fucking detective because I'm so fucking good.
So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock. And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked. By using the effigy with the katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us. Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
Yeah.
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
which is
Oh,
why
yeah,
the
true.
culprit chose to strike at nighttime as to avoid detection.
Because I was like, how they really trust that it would work, but I guess they could just, you know, go outside, wait a little bit, then try opening the door. I didn't even think about that.
Yes, since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at night.
Ah!
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
Are we now?
I didn't say that.
In any case, the culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
True.
The other effigies were only hung up so we'd think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
Yeah, you would say it like this, Kaido. Because that's exactly why you did it! You know why they... Yeah, I don't know.
But Kokichi did say earlier that...
Need a hammer for the trial? True! Thank you. I appreciate it. Damn, Kokichi is mad.
I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
A ruse!
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Oh, man.
Oh,
You guys got
man.
me. Okay, I'm not the culprit.
Oh, man.
You're telling the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
I wanted to lure the culprit out.
Dude, this is a fucking... this is a fucking Among Us, dude. It's not like someone was the fucking engineer and me going, yeah, I'm the engineer, when it's actually fucking Kokichi over here being the engineer. It's not like me going, yeah, I'm the engineer, and you're gonna be like, no, actually, I'm the culprit. I'm the imposter. You can't be the imposter. Jesus Christ. What is this man thinking?
If I claim to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me?
Okay, fine. Fair enough. Valid argument.
And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious.
Fair enough. But stupid move.
Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't
Darn
go my
it.
way because Shuichi butted into my plan.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Okay, I'll start right now.
No, please don't. Please don't. Please don't.
All right.
You don't. You
So,
don't.
who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
You don't have to do that, Kokichi. Okay.
Mew, I can't hold it up anymore.
Smugabushi accused Tenko as soon as the investigation started. I was thinking that a little bit, but like the more I got into it and the more I had the thought, it just feels like it's Kaido to me. Context. Okay, so there's murder mysteries in this game. That's everything that happens. Someone has killed someone else. We have to figure out who did it. And there were a lot of clues that we found, and now we're in the trial discussing on who actually did it. And some people are stupid and be like Kokichi over here, who was like, yeah, I'm the culprit. And then we have to discuss why he's not the culprit. So it takes a while, even though I basically know what happened. Because the game has to progress. In case you didn't catch on to stuff, and yeah.
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
But I'll say this, Celestia. Like, I thought it was Tenko at first, just because, you know, maybe she could have gotten in. Because she was like, oh, I'm sorry about earlier, Angie. I actually do really like Atua, and I want to be part of this. I apologize for bringing Shuichi and Maki to be like, yeah, we're gonna stop you. I repent. And maybe she let her in, and then Tenko fucking murdered. But then Tsumugi started talking, and then I met a game, and I was like, okay, so it's not Tenko. Kokichi could have still killed Tenko, even if she did kill Angie. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. if there actually is 2 murders or not, or if Kaido did murder both. Because to me, it just feels like it's Kaido, because he hates ghosts and believes in shit like that, you know? So he obviously kills Angie to stop the resurrection from happening, and then when Kyo is like, yeah, we're gonna summon Angie through the seance, then Kaido just murders whoever's gonna be who's gonna be talked through with Angie, so Angie doesn't say, yeah, it was Kaido who murdered me, you know? So it just makes sense to me that it was Kaido who did both of them, but I don't know.
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter, since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
God, throwback to when I was called Cum Dumpster. That was fun. Good times.
Cum dumpster!
Yeah. Miu, we have so much in common. Holy shit. You're blonde and blue eyes as well.
Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
Me every time.
What should we talk about now?
Could have blooded himself up on purpose to get off his scent. I mean, I feel like he... I guess. I didn't really think about the fact that no one really was bloody after Tenko's death. But that is fair. I mean, he wasn't bloody before... Like, he became bloody after he actually did fall through the floorboards, you know? So I don't know. He would have been bloody during the announcement playing, right? Because he was in the room as well. I just remembered. He was in the room with Tenko when when she was murdered.
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab. Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry.
True.
Therefore, the culprit must be among their
Unless someone just secretly knows how to fucking lockpick.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
Don't forget Himiko. She's also a part of the student council. Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
Bro, weren't you the one who fucking friendship unsussed her, dude?
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
Yeah. I've done that a few times, Sayo, as well. Just went back through the recordings and whatever. Just for fun. And then I see some talk and I'm like, huh. It's funny how you talk like that when you know you fucking did.
It's fine. It's just a waste of time.
It's like that one clip. Someone clipped in the Chihiro Mondo trial. And Mondo, he said some shit like that. And then I was like, oh, it's you, Mondo! Like, as a joke. Because I did not know who the fuck he could have been. He said some shit like, man, who could the murderer be, bruh? My name is Mondo. Let me find that now, because that's just funny. Interesting character the white hair girl is. White hair girl? Are you talking about Mew? I'm assuming you're talking about Mew. Yeah, she's a little horny. Yeah, here, this clip. I'm not gonna show it to you guys, but you can listen to it.
Who is it? Who's the killer?
It's you, Mondo. Yeah, that bullshit. I did not mean to close that tab. That wasn't my intention. Sorry, I'll go back for you guys.
A suspect?
Apparently, I don't think so. So I'm gonna try and save you all I can. Himiko?
I'd never kill Angie.
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider. Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Suspect rangers?
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
We might catch them with their pants down.
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers, what should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list? Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
I'm trying to fuck Mew? Alright, man.
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Why did Tenko have to die?
I did not click that. That was cool. I know who my favorite person is in this game. Fair enough.
Huh?
I'm assuming it's also Mew.
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
What do you mean?
Oh, I get what he's trying to do. He's sussing her now because she wants to move on. I get it.
The two victims could have been killed by two separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first Blackened responsible for the first victim. We gotta figure out who killed Angie.
But it's like, I still don't think it's fair. Like, I don't see how we'll actually figure out who the actual murderer is unless someone just either slips up or we figure out that, the same person did both of the murders, and then maybe we just ask who's the most likely to do so, and then figure out, it's probably the guy who doesn't like ghosts and the occult and the spooky, wacky stuff, you know?
Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless. Did you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless!
Himiko?
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you!
Killing off Kaido? I don't know, bruh. Like, part of me don't want Kaido to be it. Because, like, I started enjoying Kaido. But then, of course, I'm gonna stop caring about him for the chapter because, one, he basically wasn't in this fucking chapter. And two, I was able to hang out with Maki now. So someone else? Alright, fuck off, Kokichi.
Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her?
Or Mew, for all I care.
Himiko.
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS. You didn't give two shits about Tenko when she was alive.
That's Shotobi. Yeah, you're right. Actually, she can live. She can live if she is the next key love hangout.
But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
She gives me head. All right, dude. if you say so. Just ask Kibo what he did. You can probably learn from him.
No. It's okay. It's no surprise he'd think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko. Worked things out with her while she was still alive. And now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously. It's way too late to realize that now.
Bruh, fuck off, Kaido. This is not the moment to say this, okay, dude? Read the fucking room.
Our only option is to face her death head on.
Yeah. Face her death?
Alright, never mind. Maybe he's actually smart.
Himiko, I understand what you're going through.
Maybe it did something.
So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth.
It's so funny if he does this and he's actually the murderer. He's just garnering her trust just to fucking rip it away. Trust Kaido's emotional intelligence. I guess I gotta do that. He has helped both me and Maki prior to this, I guess.
I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
It feels so weird that he's the ultimate astronaut if he's now this good with emotions, you know? Like, bro could literally be the ultimate therapist. Like, hello?
Kaito. Alright. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tenko's death meaningless.
You trust him like we trusted Maki last trial? Well, dude, here's the thing. I was so certain it was Kirumi last trial, okay? This time it could still be 50-50, but it just feels like it is Kaito still. I don't know, dude. I'll trust him, though, because he's my bro. You know, we trust the bros and we trust the hoes. That's what I'm saying.
The name of the curse is Death Curse. I suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
What even points, Kaito? The fact that it doesn't necessarily point to anyone else, and that the motive being resurrecting the dead, and his dislike in the monopad is the occult, and he was away from the entire chapter because he was scared of ghosts, and like, why would someone murder Angie to stop the resurrection from happening? And the only one who it makes sense just based off of their characters is Kaito then. Why would it pull up to the new floor? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. But it's also like, he could have done that because he's pushing through, because the motive is like, he'd much rather have to potentially run into one ghost than have a resurrected friend of ours, I guess, for some reason, weirdly enough. And like, it's not so much just Angie's death, it's the combination as well with why Tenko died. Like, Tenko realistically only died so that the seance wouldn't go through and Angie could take over whoever's body it would have been under the dog statue, you know? Like, it's the combination of them both. But that's where I'm also like, it feels so weird that we introduced this concept of there could be two different murderers, but only the first one makes any difference in this case. But I don't know, dude. You don't think the person who killed Tenko was the one who suggested the seance? What do you mean? You mean that Kyo killed Tenko? Or what do you mean? Because I think that even less. But I don't know. Because, like, here's the thing. I just feel like it just makes the most sense that... Okay, I'll say this. Why don't I think it's Kyo? I did go through this a little bit before. Not specifically Kyo, but I did talk about Himiko. Himiko could have killed Tenko, maybe, and she's just bullshitting now the whole thing about, like, oh, I actually did care about Tenko. But it's like, she was by the hole to get underneath the floorboards. Like, I don't see how Kyo could have gotten, like, first off, to the hole without alerting Himiko and get the sickle under the floorboards. Sure, he could have lifted the I don't remember what, if it was tarp or whatever, the thing lying over the cage under the dog statue. He could have just lifted that and murdered through that with the sickle. But like the floorboards. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I meant. And it's also like, yeah, I don't know. It's just a vibe check that I don't think it is Kyo, because I feel like he generally just wants this seance to go through, you know. But I don't know. Like, sure, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. If anyone were to have been able to do it that way, it would be him, because he knows exactly where every drawing is of the circle, so he can go over it without like ruining it. But like, it still feels like if anyone did it, it would have been Himiko, because she was by the gap in the floor, so no one would have noticed she even disappeared, you know. And then she could have killed Tenko, and then boom, victim card playing. But yeah, how did Tenko die? Under the thingy. She was slit in the back of the neck. Most realistically, using the sickle. But it's also like, what the fuck was the thud during the song? But yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying it is Kaido, obviously, but he's the one I am sussing the most, because I can pin him and make it make a lot of sense for both murders. The only thing that makes me feel like it's not him is, first, how did he actually get inside of the ultimate test lab of the artist? Because he wasn't part of the thing, the council, so she should not have opened the door. And then it's also like, we had the thing with Kokichi falling through the floorboards, and I'm just taking that as, that's how the murder realized you can go beneath these floorboards, open them up, and then murder someone through them. But it's also like, why would Kaido be the one to fall through this and realize this? Because if it's now bullshit about hating ghosts being real, why would he have done that? Did they have to go through the floorboards? No. Technically not. But that's how you would realize that they were like, there was a gap in the floor to where you could remove the floorboards there. I still don't really get that whole thing, but yeah, I don't know. It feels a little weird. Could have just been a spur of the moment thing. Someone went inside there. The crash was them going through the floorboards, went under, saw that there was a hole over there, saw there was something missing in the top of the floor, saw the sickle, opened it up, saw that, oh, Tenko's over there, and then they just took action. Spur of the moment action, kinda. Could just be as simple as that. I don't fucking know, dude. But yeah, whatever. We've been stuck on this for a little too long now. Sumugi, you shouldn't have this much screen time. What's the motive though? I get you saying killing Tenko for the fear of Angie saying who killed her. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, at that point, technically, say it's not whoever killed Angie who killed Tenko. What's the motive then? Nothing. Escaping is the motive then, technically. Because it's like, they have the chance to kill someone extremely easily. They're not gonna fight back. No one's gonna know, because it's pitch dark in the room. What is the motive? Becoming the Blackened and escaping. Because there's, quote-unquote, no traces to you. Because at this time, we didn't know what would happen. Who are we trying to figure out in this trial? Turns out, whoever killed Tenko would not fucking matter, because it's first come, first serve. So only the Blackened of Angie is the one who would graduate if they were to not be found out. So that's why I'm so confused on like, oh, is it actually two different murders or is it one? Because, you know, realistically, it feels like it makes most sense if it's one with Kaido. But I would like it more if there were two different murders, because I feel like that would become a way cooler story in the upcoming chapters.
Listen up! All you guys are gonna help out too. Abandoning someone who died and only thinking about your own survival. That's just as bad as a hit and run. I won't forgive something so messed up.
But I also agree here with these guys that, like, we shouldn't, even though the whole thing about we need to find Angie's murder is the only thing that matters, I feel like right now we are at a standstill until we just realize something. And I feel like realizing that something is going to be that it's either 2 different murderers or that there's only 1 murderer. Because I feel like, how do we go forward here? By figuring out who murdered Tenko and how.
Tenko was our friend. Gonta want to know why she died too.
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
Like, I want to hear what Kokichi has to say, just to see how he thinks we're gonna get to the murderer. Is he just gonna interrogate everyone until someone fesses up? Because that's not ideal when there is clues we can follow to potentially find another fuck up. Because that's the thing. If we ignore the fact that, like, what I just said prior, that, like, oh, the motive is killing Tenko out of fear of Angie seeing who killed her. Like, if we ignore that, why would anyone murder a second person after they got away with the first murder, you know? Like, hours later. Like, I feel like that's the only reason someone would have, unless they just magically figure it out, and with the... Maybe we're missing a motive that hasn't been revealed. Yeah, that's what I feel, you know? Either something's gonna pop up in this trial, which will make shit pop into place, or, like Harren says, it's just for the thrill. Like, they had this split moment where they could kill someone, which could lead to them escaping this shithole, and they just took it. But if it's the same murderer, they only murdered for the sake of murdering, if that's the case. Besides, if we just ignore that fact that they would be scared of realizing, hey, maybe this shit with Angie is real and the seance will actually succeed. Because that's the thing. They would only murder Tenko if they believed in the seance being real. There was a crash sound during the seance? Yes. What was that about? That's what I'm wondering. Like, that's why I'm like, maybe that could be what's happening. Someone is in the room next to us, like eavesdropping, seeing, hey, what's happening in the other room? What's happening with the seance? And then they crash through the floorboards, realize, hey, I can get into the room from below. See, there is the sickle. See, there is a whole, like, fucking... did we have a truth bullet about that? So I can tell you what I'm thought. Yeah, these. See that these are But yeah, that was the thing, right? That was the thing. It was dried blood on this. Right. So the fall through thing must have happened earlier. Right. Because, like, the way I saw it was, like, maybe the thud was someone falling through the floorboards in the room next to us, went through, realized, huh, it's the same over in this end, opened the floorboards, saw Tenko there, saw the sickle, and then they just took advantage of this split-second moment where they could murder someone, you know? But, yeah. Where was floorboard in? Well, in both of them. The one in the middle was where we were. And that floorboard had this dried piece of shit, but it also had this, well, I guess it would be this one. And then there was also, I guess we don't have this here, but there was, like, a broken off section of the wall where you could go into the second room, the room next to it. And that, it was very clear. The text stated that, oh, this, like, broken off section is very clearly, like, due to time. This is not someone who has broken it with intent. But these cross pieces, it probably even says in here, It wasn't broken naturally. It looked like someone had purposely cut it. So, like, I don't know, dude. I don't know what that has to do with it. But I don't know. We should continue, but it's also like I will say that, like, I'm still, Kaido is the only way I've made this whole thing make sense. Like, the more I think about it now, it for sure feels like it's not going to be that way. But yeah, 2 rooms of the 3 had broken floorboards. I guess so. I guess so. Also, I'm assuming it's Reflex who has added this emote. I need to change the name of it so it's not broken. At least like a broken with a capital B. But like Broken Heart has to be the emote name. I love 7TV. But yeah. I mean, we only saw... I at least only saw one side being broken. I don't know if I could pan to the other side. I never did, so I don't know if it actually was that way. But Kokichi was definitely in the room next to us, and he fell through those floorboards. But yeah. I don't know.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever.
Like, I feel like this is realistic from Kaido if it didn't kill Tenko, you know? Sure, maybe he killed Angie, but this is him trying to, like, make the conversation go somewhere else as to not make him the prime suspect to be figured out. But it also just feels like, just vibe checking him, it just feels like he would want to figure out who killed Tenko then, if it now isn't him, you know?
Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
Kaido.
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were 2 different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Yeah, maybe.
I just gotta say, I love this trial now that I feel like there's actually more going on than what the truth bullets may seem to tell us. Just like off-rip. They're not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's case. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
I feel like I missed a lot of the the depth of the conversation we just had in game because I was so busy talking about everything myself.
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Tancrotch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
Of course.
Tancrotch!
People attended the seance. Me, Kokichi, Himiko, and Kyo. And half Kibo. Korkio, Shuichi, Himiko, Kokichi. Yes.
That's it! It was me, Kyo, Himiko, and Kokichi.
So those 4 are the culprits!
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
Damn, that's unfortunate.
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink.
I agree.
The most suspicious out of the 4 is really...
Me.
Kyo.
Well...
He suggested the whole seance idea.
No. No, Kokichi, I already went through this with my Twitch chat.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it before the murder, then we are all equally suspicious.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either.
to be fair, now that I think about it, I guess Kyo should be on my hit list. Because, like, if he now realizes he has this Book of the Dog God or whatever the fuck it was called, he could have planned to have wanted to do all of this shit. Kill Angie. Propose the idea of doing the seance. And then... boom. He kills whoever would agree to the seance. So that Angie never really had a reason. Why kill two people? Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. Just lower the amount of people alive? I don't fucking know. That's stupid in itself, because that's one less person that could be the culprit of Angie. I don't know. When you say it like that, yeah, sure. It really doesn't make sense. But yeah, I don't know. That was just an idea I had.
I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
Well, still, if you did it the way I said, where you walked through the circle because you know exactly where the circle parts are, and then lift the, whatever it was, the white tarp cloth thing, and stab her through the cage. But actually, would he even be able to stab through the cage? What did the cage look like again? No, realistically, wouldn't be able to do that, right? Nobody knew the stupid rule of a second murder being meaningless too. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like so like in favor of that being a thing. Because like, why would someone murder? Well, they thought they would become the Blackened as well. And if we only figure out who one of the murders are, technically they would be released. So unless there's 2 trials, you know. But I don't know, bruh. Maybe... Sorry. Now I'm just starting to think of, like, groups of 2s. Like, who's friends with who? Who would be willing to murder someone to save someone else? Like, say someone murdered, and they have a friend, and that friend knows they murdered, so they're an alibi. Not alibi, they're an accomplice. And then that accomplice murders Tenko because they don't want the Blackened to fucking be possessed by Angie and have Angie say that, oh, it's actually this person and this person is also an accomplice. And yeah, it could have been discussed just like Justice Hammer, where it's like, oh, Celestia murders someone, and then, or well, I guess it was rather Hifumi murdered, and then Celestia murders someone else, and then they're both Blackened. And then I'm trying to think who could it be then, and it's like, I guess Maki and Kairo is the only ones that make sense, because unless it was literally a fucking Hifumi Celestia moment where Tenko murdered Angie and then Himiko just murders Tenko. But I'm trying to think, what are there any other? I guess Kibo Mew maybe. Would there be any other? I don't think so, right? But yeah, either way, I feel like that's a stupid idea, but it is an idea that I had. And the other time I've had a stupid idea like that was in fucking chapter 4 of V2. When I said that, oh, Nekomaru maybe fell down the elevator and that's how he fell on the pillar and died. And turned out that was exactly what happened. Smoogie and her brother. True. How could I forget about that? The middle room. The middle room's always the best for stuff like this. Very well, I shall begin the preparations at once. I feel like that has nothing to do with it, though.
Right.
The way you could have murdered did not really need to change whatsoever, no matter the room that was used. Well, a little bit, I guess, but if the floorboards are now loose everywhere, I don't know if they actually are, but it's... They make it seem like it is. And you could murder from anywhere.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
A point of entry from the outside? He must be referring to... the... I guess, hole? Possessed tank? No, I want the fucking floorboard, dude. I did not click tank. I guess this? Oh, wait. Are we talking about the hole in the corner? Bruh. There was another location that we could have entered and exited without using that area. Yeah, my bad. My bad.
There!
There!
You're talking about under the floor, right?
Huh? Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person could move through.
Like, yeah, this is the area I was talking about before. Like, if you could pan the camera to the right here, you saw the hole in these, like, X partures or whatever the fuck you would call them.
There was also a hole that
connected
connected to the neighboring room.
I don't think there was one on the other side.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me. Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
Who is it, Kyo? Who is it? Tell me! Tell me!
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second!
It's true that with a little light, you could move around under the floor. Is that possible?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black.
While that was in the corner of the room the seance was held in, there is space under the floor, so you can see what was dropped there. Yes, Mew did install the flashlight. Function that Mew had added to Kibo, he can emit a blinding light from his eyes.
During the seance, how could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second!
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flash.
I'm assuming I'm shooting this one because if there's a hole in the floor on our side, shouldn't we see that flashlight then? That's what I'm assuming we're gonna be doing. Because I don't see what else it could be.
During the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
That's wrong!
That's wrong!
I don't think the culprit could have used a light while under the floor. There was a hole in the corner of the room. If a light were used, it would have leaked through and we would have seen it.
But when we did the seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Jeez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot.
That's
My status as a
robophobic.
robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats. My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
All right, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
That's funny.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
Yeah, I was like, Jesus Christ, flashbang, what was that for?
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
Then why was floorboard under Tenko lined up funny? Going to think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from under floor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that. That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboards.
But the stab wound was in the back of her neck, though.
Boy, that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore it.
True. I love that murder case.
Her corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right? If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit!
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however.
No, fuck Teru. We do not respect that motherfucker, okay?
Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
When? So not during seance?
Tenko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
This is the point of no return, Tenko. After this point, you mustn't speak. Next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over. And then she got stabbed.
Yes. She was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
Oh my god, wait. What if the whole time... That wouldn't make sense. I was thinking, what if the one who murdered Angie was Tenko the entire time, and she stood up for some reason, all of these like sawed cross pieces under the floorboards so that she could, during the seance, get out of there, murder someone again, just for fun, I guess, and then be able to get back in. That doesn't, like, explain how someone else figured that shit out and then murdered her instead, you know? I don't know. Because, like, she was very intent on being the one to be talked through. She would be the one under the statue, you know? So she very clearly wanted to be under there. So if she's the one who set up all of that, you know, then that makes sense, I guess. But it's also like, why, what, how, you know? I mean, that, yeah, sorry, by the way. But yes, that is like what I'm trying to get at. But then it's also like, then that also means that, you know, she did all of this knowing a seance would happen, that it would happen in this specific room. And what is her reason for doing it? Nothing. Just murdering for fun at that point, you know? Murdering for sport. But yeah, I don't know, dude.
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside Cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
Then she wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
A different time?
How the fuck should I know? You figure it out, shitheads. Huh? Since Gonta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think!
Thanks for that.
If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains! When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time, and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tanko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Can you stop getting off to
Himiko is
this?
the culprit.
There's no way to
Tango not being killed during the seance? That might not be impossible, but there's no evidence for it.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time, and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
Hello? Thank you.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tanko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
Okay, I know.
So who lifted the cage?
Are you winning? We don't know. Who's the suspect? I don't know. At this point, it still feels like Kaido, but at the same time, like, the more I think about Tenko's death, the less it makes sense. Because I feel like there is so many more layers to this murder that we haven't figured out yet. You know? Also, I'm still so fucking used to silence bullets being on right click. But now it's the actual shoot truth bullet one.
The cage was lifted. Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it.
Blood on it.
That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
Like, I don't know who it could be. But Kaido's the only one who can make a story make sense for it, but then it just ignores so many details, I guess.
What? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
I guess I'll say this. I am leaning more towards Tenko's murder being a different person than Ange's murder. But that is solely just because I feel like there's too many moving parts for it to be, like, intentional, you know? The only way this could have been intentional is if it is Kyo. But I don't think so. And I guess Kaido, but I don't know. That is also just me being biased, not wanting Kaido to die.
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here! No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
How? Please enlighten me.
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
Alright. Give it to me, bitch. If you successfully do it, I will sleep with you.
Tenko died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage. They stuck the thin blade through the gaps of the cage. And that clean white sheet got stained blood red!
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko.
No.
Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit. And that's none other than Kyo!
You're still stuck on it being Kyo?
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
I'll cut through your words.
I'll cut through your words.
Wait just a minute. Tenko wasn't sitting down inside the cage. She was bent over with her forehead against the marker stone. And the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
Yeah, exactly, Mew. Sit the fuck down. I'm not sleeping with you now.
Up again? How could this happen? I am so embarrassed.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human.
Oh.
Yeah, no worries.
He's so right.
How embarrassing!
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for a living person.
Huh?
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
That would be crazy, dude.
What are you talking about? That's not possible.
We don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Like, see how he reacts just when we said Angie's spirit did it. Sure, Kaido might be making shit up, but I don't know. This motive definitely fits him very well, you know?
Don't say stupid stuff like that. Screw spirits.
Stop that now.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
Himiko?
Because Tenko killed Angie.
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
What if Tenko killed Angie?
Yeah.
And then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said, that's impossible. Spirits can't be culprits.
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
See? You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done
wait, I know. What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage?
What?
If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
What are you on about, bro?
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have
I agree with
noticed.
Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
Well, GG's, guys. I guess the culprit was inside the fucking cage, dude.
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
Am I? The they she's referring to. What? Oh, are you saying she killed herself? Is that what you're saying?
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
Why would she kill herself, dude?
What did you say?
And how? I guess that's the thud question mark? She opened up the floorboard, killed herself, and then the sickle just slid out of her neck, I guess, and in under the ground?
Are you saying Tenko is the culprit?
She committed suicide.
Suicide?
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out. She volunteered to be in the cage, and then stabbed herself during the seance.
But
It
why?
didn't matter how dark the room was.
Why? That doesn't even make sense if she killed Angie, right? Because the reason she would kill Angie, right, would be to become the Black and then escape, right? Like that's the main reason you would. So why would you kill yourself?
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right? If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Yeah, I'm actually
Perhaps
also
that
surprised.
explains why the floorboard was removed. After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
Oh, are we saying she stabbed herself and then she has the life power to be able to fucking slit it out and then throw it under? I don't know about that, dude.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Yes, that makes sense to Gonta.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me. There's no reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right?
But if she now kills Angie, why is she killing herself, dude? I don't get it. When did you brainwash Himiko?
Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
What?
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
I mean, this game series has had its suicide moments. You know, we had Ogre, we had Sakura, and then Nagito. So, you know, it's not off the table, I guess, but it just feels so weird in this case. I don't know, dude.
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
Take us down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial.
But I guess if she now did kill herself, that's the reason why Monokuma doesn't bother coming up with a better reason than just, hey, first come, first serve. Because Tenko's murder doesn't really fucking matter, because it's suicide.
So she could bring us all down. She wanted us to die with her. Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
What are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else.
What if all of that was just a lie?
A lie?
Wait, we should believe Tenko's last words.
That wasn't her last words, technically.
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other? People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Also, you're one to talk about lying, Kokichi.
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Naive?
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets. What matters is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking. That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself. If you get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them.
Sure, let's go with that.
That's why I believed in Maki.
Stop calling her that.
I wanted to believe in her.
Stop calling her that. I'm going to be the reason you're not breathing anymore, Kaido.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Whether or not I believe, my heart can't reach Tenko anymore. But I want to believe in her. She wouldn't commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down.
Only lovers would have nicknames. Kaido loves Maki. I better not. My best friend better not fucking cuck me, dude. I swear to God.
That's what I want to believe.
Me too. Gonta no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
This is worse than the Toasty curse. My favorite dying? No. Fucking my favorite being stolen by my best friend, dude.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, that would answer all of our questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do so.
You know, the worst part as well? Maki didn't even tell him to stop calling her Maki roll this time. I hate it. A proper reason.
Alright, I'll give you a reason.
Wait, a reason for what? Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. If Tenko commit suicide, that would answer all our questions. If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do so. Do I have a reason?
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki?
Oh, is it time to lie? Is it time to lie, chat?
If it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like. But for now, I need you to trust in my detective.
Is it time to fucking lie, chat? I don't believe Tenko would kill herself because what she said. Okay, everyone. I'll see you guys after the seance. She said see you guys after. I doubt she would have had a sudden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean that it was suicide. We should be satisfied with that, and if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. And that means we have to believe in Tenko. I'll make them all believe.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her.
Dick move.
Hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Everyone thinks that Tenko committed suicide, but only because they're latching onto the easiest answer. To get rid of this, I need to make them think their suicide theory wouldn't work.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Tenko died in a crouched position. The injury on the back of her neck was steep, but probably not enough to kill her immediately. Ah, well. I guess that's what I'm gonna lie about.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she
Oh wait, I can't do this because that drains health.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide,
Someone did say something
it
about...
would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
I think it's the next one.
Finally, with the last of her strength.
I'll reveal the truth.
This game's fucking great, dude.
Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor because she died instantly.
Instantly?
Her death might not have been instant, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out.
I'm certain of it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail. Tenko died instantly.
What?
I love my wife. I love my wife.
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly.
I love that my wife and that my bro just instantly latches onto my lies.
I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
He does not believe her. 100%. Thank you, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No, there must have been a way. We're gonna figure it out.
I mean, yeah, I still don't believe she killed herself. That it just doesn't make sense. Like, why would she have? At any point.
Did any of the participants witness
Whether
anything
she fucking
peculiar during the seance?
killed Angie or not, you know?
If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at Seance. Let me try to remember. I'm sure there's something. I need some kind of clue that will help me solve this mystery. God, this trial is so long, dude. We're not even at the fucking halfway point.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me.
The sound.
The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall, I think.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally pitch black. My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
Damn, poor baby Kokichi. Switch black during the seance, the limits that could have happened. Just stay calm, think there must be some kind of clue. Yeah, we're agreeing with Himiko. You.
While we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
Well, fuck. I thought it would fall a little faster, but I guess not.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance? There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
How utterly strange.
I heard something fall, I think.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there.
What do you mean that didn't hit?
My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough. Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance? There is something that bothers me. How utterly strange. Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song,
I heard something fall, I think.
At long last.
Himiko, you think that's something...
I did not mean to click, but yes. Bang!
It sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard.
Sure did. What's up, Volcania?
Falling down.
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on
Oh my
the
god, like
ceiling
that
could have
Undertale song.
fallen down, right?
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but
Kokichi's such a piece of shit.
It did seem like something hit the floor.
W viewer, W watcher, W chatter. That's why I fuck with you already, Volcania. A loud sound, like something hit the floorboards. Maybe that sounded something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. What happened in the dark? What happened in the dark? Murder? Question mark? I don't know, dude. What are we talking about? Show question, please. What caused the sound that was heard during the seance? I don't fucking know, dude. Hello? Dog statue? Yeah, it was there. That's why I wouldn't really think about it was being that. They think I'm a fraud. Oh no. I don't know, dude. This? I don't know.
This is it!
Okay. I guess that was it.
I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound.
But it was so loud, dude. Really? Unless it is what I said and that it happened in the room next to us. But yeah.
That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
I mean, that was the only one that really made sense in my eyes, so like I picked it.
Would the floorboard have made such a loud sound though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude.
It was the sound of an intense impact.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
That is true. There could have been... There would have had to be a strong impact to make that sound. But what was it? What could it possibly be?
All right, then. Let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now.
Thumbs up. I thought that was gonna be the halfway point, but I guess not. I guess we're still fucking talking.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
Of course.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that, Mew.
Don't be stupid. Don't you know me and balls are the best of friends?
Ah, yes, of course. Why can't I agree on that? What would have made a strong enough impact to knock the floorboard loose? The fact that the cross pieces are missing from below. I think I unfortunately have to agree with Kokichi.
Hide under floor. Then
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
I agree.
You're in love with him? Nuh-uh. Not true.
Kokichi is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
Maki still exists.
the floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go.
I was contemplating saying Himiko or Maki.
When we first saw the room, yes.
But then I realized that wouldn't really be funny.
One of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off. After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
The only thing I've loved with Kokichi thus far is him calling Mew a cum dumpster. That was kind of funny.
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the cross piece?
What did he stand to gain? That's the question. Solve this case, I'll need to think carefully about the cross piece and floorboard. Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard, and the cross piece had been cut was on the other end of the floorboard. The unsupported part was inside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Only one of the cross pieces was cut, the other two were intact. One of them was right under Tenko. And the other was the center right, about where the edge of the cage was. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floorboard? Wait, this was news to me. Wait, so did Kyo do it then? Because, like, then I feel like it's like someone from the outside stomping on the floorboard, flinging Tenko up. Maybe the sickle was somehow like attached at the top of the cage. She flunks into the sickle and dies, and then the sickle just falls under the floor. You know? Oh god. What happened to the loose floorboard when it was stepped on? What is an anagram, chat? Seesaw, I guess. Where's the S? What? Oh, is it C? Okay, sorry. Seesaw. Victim? Oh, effect. Oh my fucking god. Bruh. How many times do I have to tell you to get the skillet to stand up for this? I'll try and remember that.
That's right. The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
Or, you know, I could just lower the difficulty. Well, that's pussy behavior.
A seesaw?
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off.
I didn't think that this would, like, happen. I thought all of it was, like, over the crosspiece that was cut out.
The other two crosspieces.
Because, like, you know, that's what it looks like, right?
Close to the cage.
Because, like, it feels so weird. Because how has the floorboard moved? Because wouldn't that move the cage and the dog statue too, then, question mark? I guess the fact that it's so heavy maybe makes it more stable, even if something were to, like, bounce into it from below.
Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece, the next crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever. A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
Her whole body lifted up?
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, all right. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that, unless they used the sickle.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
Huh? How?
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick, the placement of the sickle is the most important factor.
Floorboard, seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusion can I draw from this? There's only one place for the sickle could have been that is consistent with the evidence. Yeah, at the top of the cage.
That's it!
Why was the screen like shaking as I tried clicking?
Sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down. The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage.
Then the question is, when was that mounted there? But it also means that, like, surely that means someone from inside must have killed Tenko, right? And why does anyone on the inside have any reason to kill Tenko besides Himiko, I guess? But I don't know.
Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place. It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over. Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw...
This moment in time. Yeah, I mean, we still need to figure out who fucking killed Angie. That's the main point. And unless it is as simple as, you know, whoever killed Tenko also killed Angie, then I don't know. Who picked the room? Well, yeah, Himiko did pick the room. But it's also like, then she would have needed to know. It's like, it doesn't really matter who picked the room, because they would still need to have set this up beforehand and needed to know all of this would be needed. You know? And the ring would be placed in the exact correct spot. And who would know that? Fucking Korkio. Unless the thing is that, like, oh, this was set up in all of the rooms. In the same way. And then it didn't matter in which room it happened, because the thing would have been set up either way. And that means it could have been Kyo. What if she picked the room with no damaged floorboards? Well, that's the thing. If say this murder was Kyo, then he could have just damaged all of them. Because say Kyo murdered Angie, then he has the idea of doing this to Tenko for whatever fucking reason. Then he would have known to suggest doing the seance. Doesn't matter which room. It was an illusion of choice. Yeah, exactly. So all of the floorboards have been destroyed. Or the cross pieces, sorry. And that's how Kokichi fell through the floor of one of them, because all of them were sawed through. But, like, that only explains, like, this only makes sense if Kyo now also killed Angie. All they'd have to do was cut one of the middle floorboards. Yeah. And then it doesn't matter which room the seance was happening in, because all of them were destroyed, and he knows exactly where to put it, because he was the one who made the cross-outs then. But it's also like, you know, how would he be allowed into Angie's room? Unless it's just as simple as I bullshitted with Kaido that, like, oh, he made, like, oh, I believe in a Tuba and stuff like that, you know? Let me join the student council. I don't know. But it's still, either way, Andy, let me join the student council. Yeah, exactly. He could have bullshitted like that. And then, but I was like, if only there was some way for us to find... Shut up! Let me think, okay? Like, for all I care, I could just click through all the text and just read the text as is and not think anything. This is fun. This is part of the game.
Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage.
I will do literally the same when I'm playing Ace Tournament. You better not fucking complain then.
She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouched position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
Because, like, this also makes sense. Because, like, if she now didn't die instantly, then she would have the time to pull it out of her neck and then it accidentally falling down below the floorboards. You know?
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide.
Yes, I know, Mint. She didn't even scream. Yeah.
Homicide? That's fucking crazy!
But you know, I'm still willing to explain that as something as simple as she was willing to endure whatever pain she felt if it meant that the seance would still go through. Yeah, exactly. She probably didn't even realize. She was just so focused on not speaking because that would, quote-unquote, ruin the seance.
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know? They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
Yeah?
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
Like, see, now he's trying to deflect.
Huh? Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
Like, Kyo's deflecting so fast here now. I don't know, dude.
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
By cutting the crosspiece beneath the floorboard, you mean?
Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room. That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this.
Oh yeah! Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
She likely found out about my plans for the seance somehow.
You were quite vocal about the seance, Kyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab.
But it's like, at what time would she have known about your plan for the seance? Because it's like, you didn't know of Angie's death before her, before any of us. If anything, we were the ones who found that instantly. And directly after the Monokuma bullshit, you were like, yeah, let's do the seance. So when could she have realized that, gone out, cut the floorboards, know you were gonna be like, okay, which room do we use, guys? You're deflecting too much here, Korkio.
Prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time. Then she waited for me to host the seance and suggested the middle room. She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it.
And also, you're the one who who drew the circle on the floor. So that would have also needed to be perfectly placed, you know? No, it's Kyo. Weirdly enough.
Then she killed Tenko. All according to plan.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
In the end, Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
Wait! We don't know that, right? He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
Kill Tenko? I killed Tenko?
Because it's also like, it can't be Himiko, because she wanted to be the one first, right? At first she was like, yes, I'll be the thing, the person under the hood or whatever, under the cage. But then Tenko stood up and was like, no, I'll do it. So like, why would Himiko even suggest her being, because that's just a 50-50 that she actually needs to do this. Sure, she probably won't die, but if the idea is to kill someone for whatever fucking reason, why would you gamble that?
Himiko? What's wrong, Himiko?
It's true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea. Does that mean that Himiko really killed Tenko? Would something like that really happen? Something so cruel. That's half point? Jesus Christ. Okay, no more spitballing, chat. God. Didn't Nagito gamble too with the sticks? Yeah, but it makes more sense for Nagito to gamble, you know? Because he's the ultimate lucky student, you know?
Well now.
Looks like we've reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our... Guess the victim quiz! A victim quiz? Not a culprit quiz? Yeah, I was gonna say, we already know the victims. The only victims are the people who are still watching this drawn-out boring crap. Why are you being such a downer all of a sudden?
It's okay. It is okay. I am sure everyone is happy.
How do you know?
Oh wait, how do you know? They could be skipping this entire conversation for all you know. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here. Me! Why are you getting upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I gotta put up with all this nonsense all the time. You guys truly are the victims.
That's the right answer, Monodam.
Why? He hasn't said anything.
Yeah, exactly, because there are no victims.
That's the sound of my new water bottle.
Yep, even if you are killed in this killing game, you are a winner. Because then everyone mourns you, and you get a tons of posthumous popularity.
Daddy!
Oh, Daddy, you don't need to reveal these kind of behind-the-scenes details.
All right.
Dying makes you more popular? Then we gotta die soon, too. Monodam's like, okay, I can help you with that, Monotaro. I can kill you soon enough.
This is my impression of a...
Okay, sorry, yeah.
I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary!
Logic does not compute.
Huh? Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Oh wait, what the fuck? I can move the camera?
You know what else is scary? Sweet buns. Yep, tasty, tasty sweet buns.
Say that again.
So round, so sweet, so delicious.
What do you think of this, Monophony?
That doesn't sound scary at all!
What do you think of this, Monodam?
I'm scared too. Scared of losing my friends.
Huh? Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Moment. Yeah, Monotori is getting killed. It just makes the most sense at this point.
Answer us, Himiko. You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
Wait, must be some mistake. No way Himiko is culprit.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
W.
Are you even listening?
No, I'm not listening.
Oh, what an ignorant child. I love it.
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired. Angie died. Tanko died. Why did I have to survive? And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
Himiko.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it. Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up.
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
Just shut up. I told you, I'm too tired. It's all just a big pain. I can't put up with it anymore.
What are you talking about? If you give up here...
You needn't worry. Himiko was the one who chose that room. Therefore, she is unmistakably the culprit.
Yeah, I don't know. Broy's pushing on it too hard. It feels too obvious now.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tanko! Himiko not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
Himiko's a little slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
Okay, Maki.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
Oh my god, I can move the camera anywhere. Or anytime, I guess. Oh my god. Back of Mew's head. Back of Kibo's head. That's awesome.
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
That does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, is not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth. So no give up, Himiko.
Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way after Kaede died. But we can't give up. We survived. We can't give up for the sake of everyone who died. Yeah, we have barely started Angie's murder yet. This is so weird. But I'm just assuming, at this point, it just feels like because there's so few clues on that.
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of
They
the
did.
3 empty rooms. Why did you select the middle one, Himiko?
Like,
Because
yeah.
you laid your trap
The
there.
fact that there's so little on Angie's
Was
death.
Trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
even
shooting
if
that.
Himiko picked the room. Someone
Like, the
else
fact that
could
there's
have
so
set that
little on
trap.
Angie's
Your opinions are empty
death
words.
thus far just makes it feel like it's Kyo now. Who did both of them. Or even if it's not Kyo, it just feels like whoever murdered Tenko is also the one who murdered Angie. And the one who murdered Tenko, as of this point right now at least, you know, it only makes sense that it is fucking Korkio. The culprit's plan were to make Himiko a suspect. He might have persuaded her to choose that room somehow. But how and what would that tell us?
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms,
I was thinking this, but
why did you select the middle one, Himiko?
it doesn't
Because
feel
you
like
laid your trap there.
we're going on to...
Was Trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
Okay, it worked.
I agree.
Because I was gonna be like, it feels like there could be two options here. Either one, we go on this path,
It's just like
or there's a
Gonta's death.
second path
Each room was
that
the same. They were all trapped.
we could go like, oh, with... oh, Kyo's actually the one who suggested that with the Caged Child song, or whatever. But I don't know.
What?
Whatever.
Is that true?
Kokichi will tell you.
I was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I guess there was no crosspiece supporting the floorboard, so I kinda stepped through. What bad luck.
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floorboard, right?
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
What? Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard in the next room?
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
If the culprit set traps in all the rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
Yeah, you're realizing you fucked up now, huh? You realize you're fucked, right?
I see. We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
Especially you!
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. Please.
Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right? If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory. We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead. This trial, it's not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
True.
You're right. Yeah, that's right.
Even Monoke. Okay, there's restrictions. Okay. There's some boundaries, and those we just don't pass. Okay.
If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right. So let's do our best.
Alright, I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore. I won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive!
Huge character development, Himiko.
Do not say everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
Roll credits.
Jeez, there you go. Killing the mood like usual.
Shut up.
But damn, well said, Shuichi. That's what I'd expect from my soul, bro.
Perfect timing to click in. Among Us, I agree.
Your soul, bro?
Well, anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
What are you talking about?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards...
This is Maxine, that clown. I don't know, bruh. I don't know, man. I hope she stops seeing it.
Isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
Ah, that is a good point.
It must have been barrier magic.
Nope. It's just called the magic circle that we weren't allowed to step on.
Well, that's one possibility, but I think it might have been something else.
Why did no one step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? Now that's it. That must be the reason. Like, right?
This is it!
Okay, thank God.
It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
Like, what if I do trust him when he says that he memorized all of it. But what if he's just bullshitting and didn't bring the book because he didn't want anyone to accidentally look in it and see, huh, it doesn't matter if you actually step on the circle. It just sounds real, you know? Also, it's dark in here, so be sure to watch your step. If the magic circle is broken, not only will the seance fail, but it may also unleash a curse.
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle. The floorboard in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
Like, am I tripping here? Does it not seem like... Because the inside the circle here, was the fucking the cage. It does not look like the floorboard extends past that, dude. I don't know.
So the magic circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trick.
That was part of the culprit's plans too?
That's right. If that's the case, then the culprit, there's no doubt in my mind, they're the one who killed Tenko. Perspective? Fair enough. Only one person had the opportunity to end the motive. It's fucking Corkio.
It has to be you.
All it takes is a good charisma to get the ladies, fellas.
Was it you?
Which is what Kaido got. Yeah. I guess I don't. Unfortunate.
Whatever are you talking about?
His voice changed.
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo?
Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle.
Aw, I'm just so unlucky. Everyone else is just so much cooler than me. Wow. Kaido really deserves Maki, even though I really like her, you know? Aw, that's just the life of me, the ultimate detective.
The circle kept us from discovering the
You know,
seesaw trick.
being an astronaut is way cooler than a detective anyways.
Forgot I added this. Yeah, we have to change the name of it. Either just like change it to Broken Heart, because just being broken made some sentences get an emoji in the middle of them.
But that's not all it was for. In order to make the murder succeed,
Yes, we do. Smile.
variables like Tenko's position and the placement of the cage needed to be defined. And those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In short, the circle itself was the most important tool in this murder. Knowing that, the person who drew the magic circle has to be the culprit.
Well, Kyo,
Answer already! Did you do it?
Also, this also keeps up the low-key theory I had with everyone's whose ultimate test lab we've found is part of the murder somehow. Because like last trial, it was fucking Kurumi and Ryoma's. This trial, it's Angie, Tenko, and now possibly Kyo. First trial was Kaede, sure, not Rontaro, but that's because he doesn't remember his ultimate. So that's I'm willing to let that one slide, you know. So if we go by that theory, then there was no way it could have been Kaido, you know.
What is so funny?
I was just thinking. So this is how each Blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
What? An intriguing experience?
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes? So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
I see. That is problem.
It is not. You know exactly where everything is set up.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
how can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner like this?
I will explain that in due time. Please answer my question first.
Culprit stepped on the exact floorboard. On that exact floorboard, even in the darkness. But how? How did they move around in total darkness? In that room... In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine the culprit found the right board. Although even after I put out the candle, I could move along the wall with my hand.
Wait a minute. Maybe...
Did you figure it out?
That's it. The culprit didn't even have to see it all. They used I was thinking salt, but I don't know, Sixth Sense, I guess? Then? No? Okay. Well, I guess touch then.
That's it. The culprit used touch. They didn't see, they felt.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the candle.
Like, I don't know, I just feel like we could just assume that he knows exactly where to put. If he now has memorized the entire circle, he probably knows where he goes if he enters the circle, you know. And he could just determine, oh, this is where the floorboard would be then.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right?
Were there any other markers within reach?
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
No, I'm sure there was something. Landmark they could have used to determine where the floorboard was. Must have been that scene. I know it. Magic circle, I guess. Did I click the... Okay, I did click wrong. I see now.
That's it. The magic circle. They used the magic circle.
But it's also like, really? Because it's like, sure, it was broken off eventually, so it didn't matter. But it's like, I feel like we would have seen that, right?
Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands to get
In the
to
dark.
loose
No,
floor.
when we lit the candles afterwards, we would have seen that. It feels weird, but I guess we weren't really actively looking for that, so
Oh,
that's fair.
I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
What?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
Based on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
So what?
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes?
Wouldn't have to ruin the salt circle feeling. No, but like, if he has to feel it actively and move along with a line of the salt, you know, surely that would leave some disproportions. Especially if he also needs to walk through it, you know. But if we now just go with, oh, since he's memorized it, he knows where to step without going onto a thing, you know, that makes a little more sense. Why include the whole touch thing if he now needs to dodge all the symbols and shit, you know?
The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
But you're talking about the magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
I see another piece of the puzzle. Drawing the circle with salt, all but guaranteed it would be temporary. The investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence clever.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
What a pain. We don't have any way to check it now.
Does he have like a photographic memory or something?
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
I was like, where have I heard the "May I have your attention, please"? What am I thinking of? But I think I'm thinking of the fucking... I'm thinking of the fucking Demon Dice song. Wait, yeah, it could be Eminem too, I guess. It's more likely Eminem. Wait, is it? Wait. Snake bites Demon Dice. Snake Eyes, sorry. Lyrics. Yes, I'm not a robot. Let me access the site. Okay, she does not sing that. I don't know why I thought it was that, but... Okay, cool, awesome. But yeah, it's Slim Shady then.
Hey, may I have your attention?
Ah! Flashbang.
I said cut that out! It's too bright!
I apologize. I just wanted everyone to listen to me.
About what?
I had Mew add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
I need to sneeze.
What the? No way! Did you really? Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that purpose!
Please, let me use it. With it, I might be able to save everyone.
What, did she install like a robot penis? Is that what you're saying? Real culprit, please stand up. Say, real culprit, please stand up. Please stand up.
It's an image recording function.
Image recording?
She installed the gooning stick? Yeah, exactly.
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try.
It would be so funny if he prints out like a naked image of Mew here.
Ready?
Unfortunate.
From your mouth?
I've also used magic like that before.
Also, yeah, I was gonna say, I swear there was lines from the outside going into the
This printout
corners.
is my memory of being kicked out of the seance. Please confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Okay, got it.
I reluctantly took the paper from Kibo's mouth. So this is the magic circle used for the seance.
Well, Shuichi, do you notice anything?
Notice anything? Yes, sir. Well, I can point in 3 different areas. There!
This helped a lot, Kibo. Without you, I never would have seen through Kiyo's lie.
My lie.
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears in the
Also,
document.
why does it even matter if he has a string of salt to follow to the outer frame of the circle? Bro, just hold hand against floor, walk forward, stop when you feel salt. Why did we make such a big deal about this? Hello?
But that's a lie, isn't it?
Why does he need a line of salt to follow to get to the outside of the circle?
To the room's corners,
Why does corner make any fucking difference here?
which means that you would be able to find the floorboard from anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Hey, where's my things? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
Hey, yeah, what was it you were saying about its purpose?
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health. Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds.
Yeah, your boobs. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Your what? What? Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality. Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so... See? You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan!
Shut up. You just want him to take nudes.
Quit talking about your poop. No one cares.
That too.
Kyo, you killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
So, Kyo, if you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction.
That's a raw line.
Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object. To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Unimportant? What did it
Now
say?
I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me.
He said, like... I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said something like, oh, your deductions are clearly fiction, or something like that. It was raw as hell. Also, what are we really refuting here?
If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon?
Oh, fuck.
It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage, so suspicion should fall on them.
Alright, mash. Fuck.
True, we could have placed the sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
Okay, the white tarp then, I guess. Never touched the cage. Yeah.
Damn it!
Oh, right, because it wasn't fucking...
The sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
I'll cut through your words!
I'll cut through your words.
The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo.
Retrieved it. Bruh, it was under the floor.
That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth. You could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped the cloth. And retrieved it afterward when you removed the cloth.
Bro, it was under the floor. What are you talking about, Shuichi?
While everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful!
Alright, fair enough.
That's exactly correct.
Okay, GG's. What?
It's correct. Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
Also, I'm curious. Was Kyo the one who asked about the second murder, how that would have happened? Like logically with the blackened and stuff? Was he the one who asked Monokuma that? Or I guess the Monokubs. I don't believe so. Who did it? Because I was like, if it was Kyo, then he could have asked that. I have a vague memory feeling like it was Kyo. Because if that's the case, then it feels like he could have been the one to ask because he did set up this murder. But I guess the only reason he would set it up is if he also murdered Angie. So I don't fucking know, dude. Like, he was asking curiously because he murdered just for fun. And wanted to know if he was blackened or not. But I guess that was just someone asked or whatever, just to have it asked, I guess.
You killed Tenko?
Let me guess. You'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so very much. Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
Maybe he did ask that so he could pull this stunt whenever, like, Angie voting comes up. Because, like, you know, I feel like he might have killed Angie, and he plotted to do the seance the whole time. Obviously must have, because he destroyed the floorboards from below. But, like, then he also asked that. He kills Tenko in hopes that something like this would happen. And that's why he killed Tenko. So that he has this quote-unquote alibi now.
You still don't understand? I killed Tenko. That is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Meaningless?
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
That's right. What happens to your votes if there are 2 blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first served.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie. For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue.
But I still don't... I still feel like that's fucking bullshit, but because you would have no reason to kill Tenko. If not for this. Unless this was a murder you plotted for whatever murder would occur, you know?
Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
Oh, only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
We can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you. If you're the one who killed Tenko, you gotta be the one who killed Angie.
But I feel like if there was anyone Angie would believe and let in, it would be the guy who researches all of this stuff and has it as his ultimate, right? He could have been like, hey, let me help you with the Necronomicon, as I have knowledge about other, I don't know, fucking ceremonies, whatever.
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly.
You know, he would want to partake in that, and maybe Angie would allow that, you know?
There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
There's also the bullshit about fucking Angie's forehead. Why was there, like, tape on her forehead? You know?
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Of course I understand. I worked really hard to understand.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna...
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
Can't be, because we haven't scrum or rhythm battle yet.
Of
Silly
course
Gonta.
not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes? How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer? Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Nuts to that. Any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously the culprit.
Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical
Oh,
decision.
it's time to scrum.
Culprits, one of you! Wowee! This argument is getting intense. At times like this.
The Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds.
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Honestly, me too, Kokichi. Scrumming is fun.
Why were you waiting for it?
Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone. Split opinion. How does this work though? Aren't we uneven now? Wait, what the fuck?
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie.
I've got this, but he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
He forced his
What?
way into Angie's research lab and killed.
I've got this, but he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
I'm sad I can't like
Katana
see
was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo!
this before.
Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I've got this. Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie.
Yeah. Sorry.
Tenko and Angie.
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her.
I've got this, but he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
Speak your truth.
The katana was found.
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death.
I've got this. Not yet.
I got
There's
this.
still another mystery to solve.
Oh, right. Akaru and Maka are on the other side. I was just thinking that I hate that. But honestly,
It would be a mistake to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder.
I'm not surprised that I'm siding with Kokichi because like he just feels like he would never vote here. I don't know. I'm not surprised.
And there's still the mystery of Tenko's murder.
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
But I am surprised that Maki is so willing to just, you know, instantly vote. I don't know. She feels like the one who would be on the other side. I don't know.
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene. I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
The dried blood, I guess? The outlying piece of evidence at Tenko's murder scene. The dried blood, I guess? No? Or is it the puddle? And we're talking about specific... Uh-oh! I am... Yeah, dried blood.
This is it!
That's what I meant. there was dried blood on the
The
floorboard as
bloodstain
well.
found
So
under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation. It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tenko's blood?
That bloodstain was too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
Well, that's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
oh my god. What if the murder never even happened in Angie's ultimate room? I don't see how it wouldn't be, but like... Because like that's the only reason I could think what that dried blood could be, but I don't know. Bloodstain under the floorboard was dry because yeah, it was there before. What? What do you mean? That's not at all what it said. That's not at all what it said. How are these two different options? What do you mean?
That's it!
Those are the exact same option. What do you mean?
The bloodstain wasn't from Tenko's murder. It was there before we started the seance.
Before the seance?
That should make it clear whose blood it was. That's the second time this trial is just full of bullshit, dude. I mean, I'm thinking Angie, right? But it could very well be Korkio, I guess, but...
That's it! That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's. It was Angie's.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in her research lab?
Just because we found her body there doesn't mean she was killed there.
Ah, I guess that's possible.
If Angie wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities. We assumed that only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab. But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members
I didn't even fucking think about that. It just made so much sense that she would be in her test lab the entire time since she made the effigies and tried to do the ritual and whatever.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start. So I went to places Angie might have gone and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
What could have happened then? Maybe she fell through the floor just like Kokichi did, and that's why there's blood there. Was she killed in that same place? Because, like, what could the tape on her forehead be then? I'm assuming it's her forehead because of the fucking hair.
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense again.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
Angie left her lab on her own and headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true, or... I don't know, bruh.
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle!
Right, to burn the fucking
Herself awake at night.
effigies.
She would drip hot wax on her body.
That sounds like something only you would
Yeah, I was
do.
gonna say, can you shut the fuck up? What did Kokichi say? Something Angie did? There has to be a clue there.
The art research
Then the
lab
question is, why the middle one? Why not
is
just the
not where
first
Angie
one?
was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle!
I agree.
Good night, chat. All right, good night, Haroon. Hopefully, I'm done soon too.
That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Yeah, for kinky wax play!
Shut the fuck up.
No. Angie was gonna use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead.
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Then, did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
But if, because like the floorboard had blood marks, which means the corner, whatever the fuck they were called, the support beams from below the floorboard must have been tampered with prior. So either Korkio just had this idea underlying in his mind the whole time and was going to do this murder no matter what, and then someone else just killed her, or it's just still Korkio, you know?
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab. So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
And that's when the culprit attacked.
But why the middle one? Why not just the first one? Besides convenience, you know?
That's why there was dried blood underfloor.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held. Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that.
What was... Victor's body was discovered in the Ultimate Artist Research Lab. The time of death is approximately 2 a.m. The victim was killed by a fatal stab wound to the torso. Additionally, she had lacerations on her forehead. Oh, I thought she had in the back of her head. Okay, never mind then, I guess. What was the tape bullshit? The injury of the victim's forearm was not bleeding as much as it should. Bloody duct tape. Bloody piece of duct tape stuck to her head. I guess this was put on her head. If she was now killed through the laceration on her forehead, or she was accidentally, I guess there was tape put on it so to not have a dripping blood, I guess. I guess it's just as simple as that. The blood that was flowing from the back of Angie's neck created a pool. Okay, so I guess there was no actual damage to her neck. It just flowed from her forehead, I guess, maybe. I don't know, fucking know.
If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's blood stain under the floorboards.
That's right. Shuichi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
Yep, it's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie. This must be a Tua's will. Or maybe the power of magic.
It's neither. I just picked one.
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that is fact already.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, why would she go to the middle room, though? To get a candle.
Claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab? Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab? It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
Like, realistically,
I think she was still alive.
I'm
after the
assuming,
attack in the empty room.
like, since Kokichi really only had a lot of blood at the top of his head, right? She fell, got the laceration on her forehead, and someone found her, put tape over her forehead, carried her into the ultimate lab, and that's where they stabbed her, killing her because she was passed out or something, I guess. That's my assumption, right? But it's still like, why the middle room? I don't get it. Why not just the first room?
She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
That means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence of that. I do? I mean, this? Question mark?
I was wrong!
I wish I could look at the history. Fuck. I don't know, this is the only other one that I feel like realistic.
This is it!
Okay, fair enough.
The fatal wound was a cut to the back of her neck from the katana.
So now it was at the back of the neck? What the fuck was the fucking file saying? Stab wound to the torso. What do you mean? This game is so fucking back and forth this trial. I'm sorry. What happened to the translation team this time? Because I'm assuming that's what is the issue here.
But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why. After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab.
Because this trial is bad. I like it a lot.
Blood is from the killing blow.
Because this, it really doesn't feel... Like, I like the fact that it's so, like... I've questioned myself so many times during this trial. But, like, so many times this chapter I felt... I mean, 3 times. I felt like, that's not what I said. That's not at all what I meant. I don't know.
Ha! It's all clear now.
I guess I could technically still be anyone. But, I mean, the motive points it to it being Kaito then, I guess. But it's also like we said earlier in the stream, like, why would Kaito even be upstairs over here at night? Nonetheless.
Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab, and it was there that the culprit finished her off.
All clear. This is all clear. What are you
Unless it's just
talking
Kyo.
about?
And that's the reason the floorboards were sawed through at all. Unless, again, it's just some bullshit like he always intended to kill someone after the initial murder had happened. In hopes of
All
being blackened.
Clear. What is all clear? What are you? All
Also,
clear?
why is he snapping like this right now?
What are you all? You what?
What are... I will not fear. I will not back down.
Huh? What the fuck?
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself. Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
What?
You must teach these ignorant children a lesson.
Yes, you're right. Okay.
Is that a tour?
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all.
It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable fog! Nothing is clear at all!
It's like the 4th rebuttal showdown this chapter.
Angie was attacked in the empty room first, and then carried into the research lab?
Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
I mean, I do agree. I like it. I love rebuttals.
It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story.
And it makes so much sense that they exist, you know?
After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
What is that? Hello? How is that not it? Bending the facts to make me suspicious. What kind of detective are you? Am I dead here now? Oh, I have like 1 slither of
You say the
HP.
culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. Even if you wipe them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
Oh, that's what I'm supposed to cut. Okay, my bad. I was too fast on my with my blade.
The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. Even if you wipe them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
I'll cut through your words.
Yeah, I'll cut through your words.
There was evidence left at the scene. The bloody tape under Angie's body.
What? There was evidence. Now I'm dead. You figured me out.
It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
It was under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of. But since it was hidden, the culprit didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt and ended up under her body.
It must have been Atua who did that for us.
True.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie.
I mean, yeah, it still feels like it's Kyo, but it feels like too easy of an answer. I don't know.
It has to be you. It's you, Kyo. You killed Angie.
What the fuck? So it's true!
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
You killed both of them. Why? Why did you kill them?
In terms of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Why? Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
Huh? Which one?
Murder that was an accident.
Well, I'm guessing Angie, right? Because Tenko was set up so hard.
That's it! Angie's murder was an accident.
What? Tenko wasn't accident?
That's right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick. But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in. So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up and was killed.
But it's still like, why the second room? Why not just the first room? I guess maybe that was Hawk Tua talking to her, being like, oh, you must go into the middle room.
Then you should have just stopped there. Once he killed Angie, there was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
You only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless. If you get bonus points for killing more, then sure. Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Why, Kyo? Why you kill two of our friends?
What is it? What on earth are you
I was
talking
like,
about?
can we, are we not gonna ask about what the fuck that, like, mask off Kyo was?
No, I'm not the culprit. So, why is everyone looking at me like I am? Why? Why are they?
Set up all of the rooms? Yes, but there was only blood under... the blood was under the middle room. You know, that's how we saw it.
Calm yourself, Korekio. Yes. You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure. You mustn't become flustered. You mustn't waver.
I guess. But it's also like, why not just the room that's first?
Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Hawk Tua.
There he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone.
Someone? He's just talking to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
I was just gonna say, why is no one questioning that?
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I will never acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. For you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie. No, I will not acknowledge it. I will only acknowledge facts, true events. I won't acknowledge fiction, mystery. I won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses. Well said. Good job, Korekio. Yes, thanks.
Creeps me the fuck out!
No evidence? There's no evidence that he killed Angie?
You're wrong. There is evidence.
There is?
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work, yes?
The weapon that was used to knock Angie unconscious in the empty room. That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize. 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 Come on. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
Seriously, what the hell's happening?
I have no idea what's happening with Kyo. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him. I do? I do? Do I?
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong.
What do you mean?
Yes, I'm not the culprit.
So I have nothing to Why must you force your delusions on us?
Your logic.
That's merely a delusion.
Well said, Korekio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
What do you mean?
Apologize.
What? Why am I not allowed? Stop it!
So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot.
What?
Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So
Okay, I'm confused.
you have no proof that Korekio is the killer.
It ends here.
I guess he did kill with the floorboard then? That's what I thought. Like initially,
Keo hit Angie
but...
with the same floorboard used in the seesaw trick.
Hmm.
I see. And how do you know the floorboard was the murder weapon?
Dried blood.
There was a small patch of dried blood on the underside of the floorboard.
Angie's blood?
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board. But that's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard. There's also the bloodstain under the floor to consider. For that to be there, the floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Keo's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
Huge.
How? If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick.
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie.
Jesus Christ! That was a scream.
I believe that while Keo was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board when Angie walked in.
And he cold-cocked her with a floorboard.
All you can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
True. Rip Samuga's right eardrum, literally.
What's true? This is the truth.
What do you think of this, Kokichi?
Looks like we're almost at the end. All right, Shuichi, I'll leave the finale to you. Bring down the house.
Ichi, please, put an end to this.
I'm actually a little sad that there wasn't 2 murders, though.
For Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
I understand. I'll go over everything one more time. Keo, I want you to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
Okay, I have to one-shot this, though, which fucking sucks. Who was the culprit with the saw in the empty room? Or Keo? Has to be this, right? Thank God. Remove the gold leaf katana. I don't dare do that one right now. Remove floorboard. Small stone Himiko brought. That's over here. What object did Tenko rest her forehead on? The rock. Roy, I have to put this one in? Oh, God. Hopefully it's this. But it doesn't feel like it is. Oh my god. That did not feel right whatsoever. Path made with salt. Sickle place to kill. Stock duct tape. That's over here. And then this must be like over here. No. That has to be over here, right? As you know, I've done that. I should have looked at all of them, but holy shit. Okay, that one was over there. Switch extinguishes the flame. That's here. Footsteps contaminating the scene. Kokichi's lockpicking. This is like the first one, right? I don't really dare do this one because I feel like I don't know. Whose effigy was stabbed? Stabbed Kaide's effigy. And then this one is like over here, right? Yes. The Angie's body was found. Who unlocked the door? Kokichi. Okay, thank God. I did not want to fail on the final fucking thing.
This is the truth of the case.
Huge. I'm still yet to lose a fucking trial with HP.
Let's look back at the first murder. It was late last night. The culprit was in the empty room on the 4th floor. The culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned. To use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it.
But it's also like, I don't get that whole bullshit that like, why would he even prepare the murder like this if there was no reason for the seance to even happen, you know? Like, I feel like it would make more sense if it was, you know, just like he was awaiting a murder to happen and then he just took the opportunity when it came up here. Maybe he'll explain, I guess.
The
Yeah.
plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room. To cut the crosspieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse. They were planning to cut the crosspieces in all 3 rooms. However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened.
I guess this explains why she picked specifically the middle room, because she heard something inside of it.
Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations. She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle. At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting crosspieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to some kind of murder plan. But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up, but not our culprit. The culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head.
death. Except not.
The culprit did not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise. They wrapped duct tape around Angie's injury to stop the bleeding. Then they picked up her unconscious body and carried her to a research lab. While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end. But because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight.
Thank you, Hawktua.
They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body. Without that evidence, we may never have figured out the culprit's trick. Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab. Locked the front door from inside. And took out the katana they brought from their own lab. They then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her. Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse.
Oh shit, HRT?
And hung 4 effigies upside down.
No way. That explains the fucking mystery woman.
There were 2 reasons for this. To overwhelm the room with an occult atmosphere. And the other was the key to locking the room.
Seeing Kaede just floating like that, that's really funny to me. I don't know why.
The culprit stuck the katana into Kaede's effigy near the rear entrance. And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope. After enough turns, the culprit let go and headed for the
No,
rear
I
door.
didn't. Mew just wanted me to do it.
Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it. The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times. Once complete, the door was locked, but the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it, but by that point, it was too late. The room was sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside. Then, this morning, we opened up the room and discovered Angie's body. But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder. To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance. Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance. Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko. A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard. Tenko, at the culprit's request, bowed her head until it was touching the stone. That position was instrumental in making sure the murder went as planned. Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko, in the middle of the magic circle. The culprit then volunteered to drape the white cloth over the iron cage. We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit. They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko. While they were covering the cage with a cloth, they secretly placed the sickle. Finally, 4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage. The culprit used the weight of the statue to keep the murder weapon in place. After the preparations were complete, we began the seance.
So why was the Kyo killed here? Well, I want to say no, but in hindsight, it definitely felt a little too obvious that they just moved the floorboard and killed her by stabbing her in the back of the head, but I don't know.
In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the Cage Child song.
Well, to be fair, we didn't really get on this path until we lied about her dying instantly anyways, so...
When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our culprit had another plan, to commit a murder in the darkness.
From the jump? What, the sound? You mean? Because, I mean, I technically knew it was...
The culprit began making their way toward Tenko.
Oh, as in the start? Bruh. Now you're just lying.
It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide.
I mean, I guess it's fair that you assume it is Kyo since he was, like, setting all of this up, but I don't know.
They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt.
I still feel this is such a fucking stupid fucking answer. I don't know. That's the obvious conclusion to make. I guess.
The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along. And when the culprit reached the center of the circle...
It's you and me, Casual. Brieflix, are you here? Do you remember what you thought in this trial?
Crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard. The floorboard lifted up like a seesaw and pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage.
No, I didn't even consider him at any point, dude. I don't know why. He was never on my hit list whatsoever.
Tenko was stabbed in the back of the neck by the sickle on the top of the cage. She was killed right before our eyes, and we didn't even see it.
To be fair, I think I was way too focused on Kaido taking the motive. But yeah, I don't know.
After committing the crime, the culprit followed the salt back to their corner.
But I guess it could have been like, it felt like underlyingly, like, I just assumed it wasn't him because he suggested all of this. So like, why would he be the one to murder then? Because that would have been too obvious. But I never even like had the thought in my mind where I was like, Kyo can't have done that. That would have been way too obvious. I mean, I was thinking that too, But then I had the thought that, like, oh, Kaido would believe in a seance working, so he would do his best to stop it, you know? I don't know. I just figured, like, it was one murder, but for a different reason, I guess. Bang stream, slay, serve, etc. Fire. Awesome to have you here. I'll see you some other time, most likely.
Finished the ritual and had us light the candles. We followed the culprit's directions and removed the equipment used for
I guess
the seance.
you could have also very easily deducted, most likely, that it was him because of the fucking lines he drew extra, if you paid attention to that. Like, I low-key did. I was low-key thinking, like, these lines are so weird on the outside, but I didn't really think about it much more than that. I didn't really memorize the book either, so I didn't think of it more than that anyways.
And while we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room. Ironically, the final step of the
Kyo
murder
killed
was
Angie, but then I figured...
out by us.
As Kyo killed Angie, but then figured I'll kill again, thus giving us 2 chances to catch me. Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird why he did this. Like, if he now killed once, why kill again? I don't know. And realistically, would we even have found the dried blood stain? You know? Like, it makes sense in a gaming point, because I did always feel like there's way too few clues to solve Angie's murder. So I was just waiting for the seance because I felt like, yeah, that's gonna give us a clue. And, well, turns out it gave us more than one clue. But it was also like, I don't know. It felt... It just feels weird that he murdered twice. Sure, he set up the murder, so why not fulfill it?
The culprit
yeah.
had planned the murder so that we would
Chapter's bad, that's the point. I mean, I enjoyed this trial. I don't mind it, but I don't know. It all depends on the execution cutscene, I guess.
That evidence was the magic circle that the
Because I don't
culprit
remember
used
it
to
whatsoever.
navigate in the dark. However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture.
Yeah, that's my gripe too, I guess. I hate that. I said this earlier in the stream. Like, I feel like, why have that introduction if we're not gonna make an interesting plot point about it? Like, it would have been so cool if Kyo did this second murder, and then someone else did, and now we all just live with knowing that Kyo plotted a murder, went through with it, and what now? Will he do it again? Will he not do it again? You know, that would have been so cool. I don't know. I consider Tenko was an accomplice like in Dangan 1 since it's been a while there was one. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. We really haven't had an accomplice in this video game, have we? Or in 2. Was there even an accomplice in Dangan 2? You could argue for Yuiko and Pekoyama, but I wouldn't really call that a true accomplice. Would have been interesting to see those interactions. Yeah, exactly. Even if Kyo died next chapter. Yeah. And, like, I liked the idea that I had. That, like, say, instead of having this bullshit that, like, oh, only Angie's murderer matters. Make it that, like, we only get to execute one of them. If one is correct, congrats, they die. The other get to live. But it's depending on who we vote out. And if we vote wrong, then both of them get to live, I guess. But I don't know. It just feels weird.
He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to
But
the
I really
circle.
did enjoy doing this trial. figuring everything out as we went. Because I guess that was half my gripe with last chapter. The fact that I had everything figured out. Sure, it's satisfying that I figured everything out, but it made the trial kind of boring. It just made the trial an unskippable cutscene, kind of. So I'm glad it wasn't like that this time. And that I'm actually, like, figuring out stuff during the trial. Because that's what's been fun with trials prior to this,
and we know
kind
the
of.
culprit drew the magic circle. Korekio Shinguchi, the ultimate anthropologist. You're the culprit behind these
Live
murders.
next to trials. Uh-oh, that does not sound great. I need to sneeze, chat. This is bad.
That's where my detective work leads us. It all fits.
Sweet Korekio. There were times when it's necessary to admit defeat. Admit? Yeah. Okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
Unfortunately. Yes. Yes. It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. My one regret, my only regret, was not being able to make 100 friends.
Okay, Comey. Okay.
100 friends?
It was my dream to make 100 friends. Oh, it's so unfortunate! I was so close to 100!
Yeah, you just had to kill 2 of them.
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already!
Roger that! One voting time! Coming up!
The heart racing excitement as...
The heart racing excitement!
As a blackened and a spotless finally face off!
Bruh. They really fucking hate Monodam, dude.
It's voting time!
Yeah, bro, it's not gonna let this go loose, dude. Where is he? There you are. I'm sorry, Korekio. You seemed cool. Announcement?
Now then, it seems the voting has finished.
That always show up?
See the result.
Oh. He gave in himself. That's cool, I guess.
Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
So are we really 9 now? There was 9 votes. Are we really 9? If Kyo and Gundam would get along. True. I do really like that as well. Because, like, I liked the last chapter where someone voted on someone else, and that's very clear. Fucking Kurumi still not giving in. Oh god, I did not get a... Never mind, I got an A still. Or did I get, like, an S last chapter, maybe? Wow. What was this one? What did I fuck up on this one for? Yeah, what was this one that I fucked up on? I guess I just took time? Oh well. I remember I was very slow on one of them, because I always missed the fucking... I always missed the shoot area. But yeah. I guess it was that one then.
Wow, seriously, you're correct again! Yeah, amazing! This is the 3rd correct verdict in a row!
Alright!
If you manage to get 12 correct verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round. I don't even think that's possible anymore. That wasn't even possible in vanilla, right? Because we're 16. So there would only be 8 correct verdicts if everyone but one person died. Technically 7, right? How's this gonna last that long?
For now.
It's finally over.
No.
Oh, not yet. I haven't heard his answer yet. Kia, why? Why did you kill Angie and Tenko?
Right.
If 12 whole people kill themselves, fair, I guess. That's fair. Yeah, he no need to kill them both, no matter what motive he have.
Oh?
Motive? Hey! Did your motive have something to do with the transfer student who was resurrected? Even if it did, though, how did that trigger a murder? Hey! Don't tell me! Were you actually scared of the resurrection ritual, Kaido? Shut up! I never said I was scared. The resurrection... Why did he ask Kaido that, by the way? To be fair, that was what I was plotting initially. The resurrection ritual had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it? Because we're friends, I'll tell you. I never once believed in the ritual. I would never kill someone over such silly things as that.
What?
So, it has nothing to do with the motive?
Yeah?
Then why?
Yes.
For the one that I love.
There is someone that I love.
From the bottom of my heart, someone so dear, someone I long for.
I love her with all my heart, and she loves me with all her heart. Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other, forever bound by fate. None can come between us. We are bound by an intense love, no matter what anyone says.
Is bro schizo?
What?
Bragging about your perfect love life? Fuck you. Some of us aren't that lucky. So, to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Don't tell me.
That's why you killed Angie and Tenko. But why did you need to kill both? If you asked if I did it to escape this place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
Because I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside. Inside?
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his lover.
Yeah.
Calm down. No one would want a disgusting shit-stuffed bitch like you anyways. What the what?
Hey!
So what the fuck is that? Curse Baloosh? Kyo, who is it? Who's the person you love?
Hey.
Is it really one of us? When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy.
You see.
I mean inside me.
Sister.
Yes, the one I love lives inside of me, my dear sister.
Huh?
Sister?
Wait!
Don't look at me, I'm not... Shut the fuck up. Obligatory incest. I guess so.
Right?
I guess we got incest twice in this game now. Well, duh. If you were his sister, he would have killed himself already. True.
Wait.
Your sister? But didn't you say she was your lover?
Whatever is the matter?
It is not that difficult. My sister is my lover.
I loved her so deeply.
Oh, I like the top left now. No physical connection.
The fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us. They called it forbidden love, but none could stop the love we shared. Oh, how I
It is
long
crazy
for
that
my
Tsumugi
sister's
asked that. It is very crazy.
The only time I felt at peace was when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth. For my beloved sister.
That is why, for my beloved sister, I had to.
Always messing
You had to escape from here, right?
No.
No. I had to kill for her.
Huh?
What?
Sister.
Sister was very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Because of that, she didn't have many friends. She always seemed so lonely.
However,
Even if I could be her little brother and her lover, I couldn't be her friend. So I thought I'd find her some friends. Friends for my dear deceased sister.
huh?
Oh. That's why. Chat, I'm sorry. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be fast. Okay. Toast said that in the game now you would make a rude comment. True. You missed the best part? I don't know, did you?
Do you understand?
My sister is now a ghost, so her friends should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved
For my
sister.
sister's sake, I've killed many. Send her 100 friends. Also, that's fucked up. This is the second person in our class to murder a lot of people. They were all wonderful people, worthy of being sisters' friends.
Huh?
What?
Incomprehensible.
This is too impossible to understand. Too impossible. Who's the second? Bro. She's on screen right now. Did you already forget?
Sister.
Sister is very happy. I was thinking Ryoma. He only killed one person, dude. But sure. Let's count him in two. We had 3 murderers in our class. He killed a whole mafia. I always thought he only killed one person. Okay, my bad, G.
Yes.
Yes, Corquillo. I am very happy. Thanks to you, I'm not lonely.
What?
Could it be that the lipstick version of Kyo is?
I am Korekio's older sister.
Thank you for looking after my little brother. What the hell?
Yes.
After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught I nearly went mad. But sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
She visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside of me.
Sister.
Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Korekio.
That's wonderful, Korikio. Your love made the impossible possible.
Are you serious?
Are you serious? Is this really a spirit?
I told you.
It's just delusional. What a sad girl who can't even believe in the power of love.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick.
Well, you know.
You said you killed a lot already, right? So, it wasn't just the 2 you killed here.
What was that?
With his bare hands, awesome. W Ryoma, to be honest. Seems like he was already crazy before he got here.
Because?
You didn't kill to escape from here. That was your purpose from the get-go. You just wanted slaughter a bunch, huh?
Unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. Sorry. I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being sisters' friends.
Huh?
That's kind of cute, I guess. But fucked up, still. I see, so when we were deciding on who should be the medium. Before that, let's lose a spiritual medium. It would work best with a girl, right? You said it would work best with a girl. I spent my time evaluating all the girls here.
Wonderful.
And besides Maki and Mew, they were all worthy. Okay, dude. I can understand Mew, but why not Maki? All worthy of being sisters' friends. All worthy.
Why, you...
Hey, how come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care.
Then...
Thundercat as ASAP Rocky was just announced. Alright, cool. For you, I guess. The second victim could have been me. Tenko died in place of me. Flashbang. Can't think of anyone but me. The Angie spirit should go in. No, I'll do it.
Excellent.
Himiko would have been great, but Tenko volunteering made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for a sister.
Wonderful.
She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko. Huh? Infiltrate? Really? But how did you... It was obvious to me. I have studied many people. Yes,
Can this be?
she stood up against the darkness of this school all by herself. All for her beloved friend.
Beautiful.
I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was a perfect friend for a sister. I can't understand why you didn't like her, Himiko. Though I was planning on having you become sister's friend too, eventually.
No way!
What? You did all that for? Wow, did all that just to kill? For you to go that far, that's pretty impressive. You were interested in the caged child, just so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Let's see.
It interested me as an anthropologist, of course, but more than that,
For my beloved
I wanted to
sister.
kill for sister. I cannot deny that overpowering feeling.
Are you okay?
Kaido, are you okay? You look kind of pale. Don't worry about it. Let's just focus on Kyo right now. Allow me to explain, though. I did not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However...
But Angie walked in on me preparing, and I ended up killing her a different way. So I figured I may as well kill someone else too. After all, it would be a shame to just put waste to the seance trick I prepared.
What is that?
You're talking like you killed her just because you could. Yeah, it did. No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend to sister.
Correcchio.
Korikio, you're such a thoughtful little brother. But it was bad to get greedy.
Oh dear.
You're right. Because of that, now I can't send 100 friends to sister. Do you understand now? Those were the circumstances of Korikio's crime. I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand.
Why?
That right. Killing 2 friends for your dead sister?
But how?
That wrong. That's so wrong. Oh, don't get so worked up. There's something I learned after sister's death.
Do not worry.
Death only changes a person's form. The soul lives on as a ghost.
That's right.
That's right. Even though I'm a ghost now, I'm always by Korikio's side.
Sister.
Thank you, sister. I love you. Cut it out already.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing's making sense. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Well...
Because death is unfair. Yeah?
And another...
All deaths are unfair deaths. Why do you think news stations get such high ratings when they're reporting about death? Because everyone likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy, right? Gifted high school students forced to play a killing game? Man, people were watching this, they would get a kick out of it. Yeah, imagine if people were watching this.
Shut up!
Knock off the bullshit. Only sick fucks would enjoy watching this.
You got me.
Hell yeah! If I wasn't in this killing game, I would have had so much fun watching.
So then...
The nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery. But my role in it is over. I have finished my explanation to you, friends.
Sister.
I think I shall go on and see her now, my beloved sister.
Sister.
I was unable to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now.
Correcchio.
It's alright, sweet Korikio. Come to me.
Looks like you're already prepared. Now then, let's get started.
It's punishment time!
Hell yeah.
Huh?
Punishment time?
Sister.
My beloved sister, at long last, I'll finally get to see you again.
That's right.
Yes, from now on, no one will try to stop us. We can be together without having to hide our love from each other's.
What? Wait, I can't accept this.
Therefore,
Like I said, there is no such thing as a death that can be accepted.
from an anthropological...
Why do you think so many different cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never cease?
Yes.
The living must find a reason, however forced, to accept death when it happens. How you come to terms with death also determines how you live, yes?
What was that?
What?
I...
That was the answer I reached. How about you? How will you live a life that faces death?
Now then,
I prepared
a very special punishment.
for the ultimate anthropologist, Korikio Shinkuji.
I shall observe.
I will watch over you all as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over you.
That's right.
It won't be just me and Korikio. All those who have died will be watching. I'll be watching to see how you face the death of your friends.
Humanity is
I'll be
beautiful.
watching forever and ever.
It's punishment time!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time.
I'm actually excited for this. This will be the first Danganronpa 3 punishment I haven't seen. Oh, right, BDSM. Oh wait, he's dying the same way to what he did to Kaede, I guess. Oh. Why is this so boring? Let's go Monodam. Oh. What? Wait, he kills himself? Yay. Oh. Wait, her too? That's so fucked up. Damn. Bro got cucked by Monokuma, dude. That's way worse than being cucked by Ghost Kaido. Damn. Mono Goat wouldn't be fitting. Okay, dude. How poetic. You got cooked and cooked. Yeah. He's the one that's stopping everyone from getting along? I guess so. Huh. I don't know, this trial, this execution, I mean, the combination of the ending made it good, but like, compared to the first two, holy shit, this was such a downgrade. And I mean, it was basically just a repeat combination of, or not really a combination, but just like Teru, right? And a little, technically a little bit of fucking Celestia in a sense. What if Kyo is Tozuba and Monokuma is Karo? Sister is Maki? Yeah. That's how I feel right now, dude.
What? No, Monodam, why? What the? To think my cute child would commit suicide. Ah, it's so cute. So freaking cute that he would kill himself because he couldn't get along.
Man, my goat, my monocub goat. Rest in peace, Monodam, dude.
Monodam committed suicide? Had I known this would have happened, I would have been nicer to him. The only reason Monodam obsessed over getting along was because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right.
Yes, the other monocubs drove him to suicide, but not me. Hey, who's Monodam? Huh? You already forgot? That's kind of scary. Well, looks like another class trial is wrapped up without incident, so I'm gonna take back this here Necronomicon. Seems like a waste, though. You guys sure you don't want to use it? You guys should have brought someone back to life and added them to your roster.
Shut up. How long are you gonna keep talking about that?
I told you.
Ignore him. The whole resurrection ritual is obviously a lie. He's just trying to shake us mentally to get us to panic.
What's the point?
I'm assuming you'll think another murder will happen if you do that, right?
Who can say? What a waste. If none of you were gonna use it, you should have let me have it. And I could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one? Well, I don't know. They were all pretty terrible, actually.
Give Toasted and Necrobook so one of them can revive. No. I would use it to revive Chihiro. But also Mahiru. Both of them. Maybe Chiaki then.
Wait, did one of us die? I could have sworn it's been just the two of us.
Actually, I just remembered. Mahiru technically still lives. So, yeah. Either Chihiro, I guess Chiaki.
It's too bad you missed your chance to raise the dead. That's what you get for doubting me.
I'm gonna let go of my thing so you guys don't have to hear that. I apologize.
Too bad.
Could we not use it now to... We should have been able to keep it and resurrect Angie or Tenko. Even now, he still talks about raising the dead. Shaq shows up in another killing game. Yeah, so does Chihiro. Man, this is stupid. What people believe it is up to them, but living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead.
Of course.
The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what. That's not something a coward like you should say. Shut up. Leave me alone.
But there's one thing in this case that this case taught me. I thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't, after all. Not in this academy.
I thought that said economy at first. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
Well, that's why we have to work together, right? Face it together. Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Gonta do his
Then
best.
Gonta do his best to keep everyone safe. Gonta want to protect everyone.
But your talent is entomology.
I don't want Shuichi to use his talent anymore. I'm getting sick of class trials.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, your talent as an assassin is way more trouble. When are you gonna use that, huh?
I learned one thing from this trial. Kyo is also an into incest like me. Yep.
Okay.
I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent. Huh?
That's right.
May not be possible now, but I'll put in the effort so everyone can trust me. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Maki.
I see. I wonder how long that'll last. What if your true calling has killer shows?
Don't underestimate her. Makarol's one of my sidekicks.
Got a minute?
I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, didn't I tell you to stop calling me Makarol?
Oh, you guys are so close now. This must be the powerful bond of friendship. But I would have preferred it if it happened sooner, especially not after losing 7 people.
You're right. Only 9 people left now.
Well, what do you know? That dumbass can't do basic math. That's right. 7 pieces of shit have been flushed away, and only 9 remain.
Actually...
By that calculation, does that make you one of the pieces?
But...
Just 9 of us.
Well, you know.
Humans are like weeds. Too numerous to count. 7 of us dead doesn't mean much in the end. That's totally what the heartless robot is thinking, right? Right?
How rude!
No, I am not thinking that. Your blatant robophobia is simply inexcusable.
But you know...
But hey, none of us give up, right? I know we're all gonna escape. I'm not gonna rely on God, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in you.
Just you guys. I believe in all of you.
Okay.
Kaido.
Well, of course.
You're right. Those of us who remain can start over. Hold up. Keyboy needs to apologize to everyone for the whole student council thing. And there's only one kind of apology that I'm willing to accept.
How exciting!
Yank your head off and smash it into the ground with all your strength. Got that?
No way!
I've never heard of such an intense form of apology. It seemed like everything is settled for now. Even though we're missing her. Oh. Right.
You alright?
Himiko, you okay? Anything Gonta can do to help, you can tell Gonta.
Hey.
I think we should let her have some space for now. That might be the best for her.
Okay.
I remember how I felt.
Oh.
Oh, Gonta understand.
You're so dumb.
God, Himiko is such a liar.
Huh?
Huh?
Because I'm a liar.
Personally, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it, you wouldn't have any free will if the world was compromised with just the truth. But even then, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know?
Right?
What are you saying? Think about Himiko's feelings a little bit.
Nuh-uh.
I only said this because I thought about it.
Because?
Himiko's been lying to herself about her own feelings, so she's been holding back.
Hey!
Hey, what are you repressing? What are you trying so hard to hold back? What? Hold back? Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all. So if you feel like... What the fuck am I sitting on? Okay. If you feel like crying while you're talking to Angie, go ahead and cry your eyes out. You'll feel better when you do. Well, I mean, laughing makes you feel better too. And venting your anger onto something can really cheer you up. Train your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger, Himiko. Oh, like that. Holding back your feelings. Okay, I get it. Tenko, Angie, I'm so lonely. So lonely without you two. But I gotta survive. I still can't go where you are. But I'm lonely. I'm so lonely without the both of you. Himiko.
Damn it.
Damn it. Click. Hello? Thank you. Can chapter end? I need to go to sleep. Himiko cried for a long time. She cried as she was releasing all the emotions she had balled up inside. Are you voicing the wasp? Because they're already voiced, dude. Before we knew it, as if lured by her doing so, we began crying. The tears we shed, I can't even describe it. They also voice a lot of things, but you still read them sometimes. I know, but whatever. A VA agent is watching. Yeah, let them watch. I'll do West when I want to, okay? We were crying about what we had been through and what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love, tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they weren't tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward. After a while, Himiko finally calmed down. However... Aww.
Is she hard to carry, Gonta?
No, she fine.
She's sleeping very peacefully.
This is cute.
She's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
I have told you many times that I do not.
Yeah,
use
I was
oil as
gonna
my
make a
fuel
remark on
source.
that. Told you many times that I was... Yeah.
But wow, That really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Yeah, she weighs like nothing, and this dude fucking lifted a heavy ass fucking sewer thingy, you know?
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
She probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think?
I mean, Sayo, the chapter in itself isn't trash. It's just the fact that they don't do anything with 2 potential murders. That decision is just weird to me.
I hope so.
Then Gonta carry Himiko to her room.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me? You'll need that focus if you want to feel her little mosquito.
Student council.
Poking ya.
Well, there's probably a reason for that, and that reason being that fucking the spokesperson to Atua is fucking dead. You know?
There's no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta is a gentleman after all.
Didn't have to make her die. It made the most sense to make her die, but sure. When we were heading back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed Kato had stopped in his tracks. Kaido, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Jesus, that one set far in. Jesus. I just can't agree. Alright, fair enough. I mean, to each their own, I guess. I didn't really hate the chapter, you know? But I definitely don't agree with some things, and some of the fucking issues with this fuck-ass trial, I don't know, dude. I just wanted to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead.
Huh?
Are you sure?
Well...
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you dislike scary things, then you should have said so earlier. I thought you were sick. You worried about me? Yeah, worried about your stupidity. Still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But...
Maybe not, but I feel like the walls we had up are coming down a little, you know? Perhaps those walls were her enemies. Seems like she doesn't want to wait anymore.
Got it.
Yeah, 'cause of me.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe, but you sound like you're bragging, Kaido. But like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead.
Okay.
Sure, got it. See you tomorrow.
Got it.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Is bro gonna go gamble? Does he not want to gamble with me? After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't notice what was going on with Kaido. Uh-oh. What?
I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet.
Was he actually dying, and was he actually just blaming it on?
Damn it. No way am I gonna die here. No way.
Bro, we can't do that. What is that fucking cliffhanger, dude? Fuck. I don't like that, dude. I don't like that one bit. A few days ago. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing this. I was looking at Fufu's EP. Well, too bad. You could have waited. You see a chance with Maki? Shut up. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to lose a bro to guarantee a hoe, you know? Fuck. Think you have both bros and hoes, choose one? Damn. I was just wondering, geez, why you're so mean. No, whatever. I mean, you should know what happened. It was the fucking Kaido was coughing blood, dude. We don't like that. Anyways, chat. Yeah, it's late as fuck. I have work. I'm starting work at 6:30. That's in like 5 hours, so I need to leave. I apologize. But yeah, I enjoyed that trial. This trial was fun. It was fun to realize, hey, I was wrong about Kaido. So that's awesome. Anyways, I'm gonna shut up now. And yeah, thank you all for watching. As per usual, I appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow with some more Deltarune. And yeah. Bye-bye. For once, I'm gonna let this song play for now. 3 streams with no gambling. I'll try and get some gambling done in the next Danganronpa stream, okay? Don't worry. But yeah, I'm gonna shut up now. Bye-bye. I'll let you guys listen to the song for once. Oh, right. So long. Farewell.